Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys saw, I got kicked out, and so I lost all of our chats. And so if you are able to retyping your questions, if you remember what your question was, I was going to get those right to Greg. So, you know, whatever we can do if any of you were in the whole time, but we're going to keep doing a few questions and answers if we still have them. So, but yeah, when I get kicked out, all of the ones in the chat were gone now. So if you had some, please go ahead and retype those in if you knew what it was.
Go ahead and fire away with your questions. We'll do a little more Q&A and then we'll jump into doing some of the stuff that we were talking about.
What was the application of Cajaput?
It would be like a neat application directly onto the spot. You know, you could mix it in with a little massage oil, but a lot of times I just did it neat.
Are there any oils that should not be heated? Like, can you put a couple of drops in hot tea or coffee, like lemon, ginger,
yeah, you could,
peppermint,
any
clove?
of them, they would be fine. Yeah, just things that you can take internal. Don't take things that like follow that list of things that for internal, or if we've talked about it.
All right, go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. This may not be the right time, but I may have missed it yesterday. You were going to look up something for me one time about really high levels of cortisol, and you did give me some information, but and you may not, that may have been too long ago to remember.
High levels of cortisol. I think what I usually use for high levels of cortisol is usually vetiver, or at least start with vetiver.
Now, how would you use the vetiver? Would you use it internally?
You could, but probably just doing it topically would be enough. I would actually take salt baths with it and, you know, put it in a little massage oil and rub it on the body, like especially the torso. If you want to just do it in a minimal area, I'd probably hit the low back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
For cholesterol, how do you substitute Spanish sage and guggle?
Guggle, you would just use a couple drops internally. Spanish sage, you still have to mix it with rosemary verbena. 2 parts rosemary verbena with 1 part Spanish sage. Usually that's for females, and I would say probably about 70 to 80% of the time cypress still works better. It's just like when the person's not responding to the rosemary verbena and cypress combination, then we switch over to the rosemary verbena Spanish sage combination. Google would just be taken by itself, and a couple drops internal, and yeah.
A friend gave me Tamanu. Is it a carrier oil?
Yes, Tamanu is a carrier oil, very anti-inflammatory. Yeah.
Can pine or terebinth be used internally?
Yeah. Like terebinth is good to take internal for like things like constipation, but for the most part, inhalation or through the skin is probably a more efficient way to use pine and terebinth. There might be special situations where you would take them internally, but I would keep it to a very small dosage, like, you know, just a drop or two. But for the most part, through the skin or inhalation is actually the better way to use pine and terebinth.
What would you use for a candida overgrowth?
Savory or tea tree. You could also do other supportive measures of like thyme, oregano. Let's see, thyme, oregano. Let me see here. Give me just a sec. Also probably clove. I thought there was one other. Yeah, but savory and tea tree are your pretty solid choices. Thyme, oregano, clove also could be used.
Those things internally, Greg?
Yeah, oh, definitely internal. Yeah, a few drops in water and internal. Yeah, tea tree is out of all of them doesn't generate the heat that the other ones do, and it's pretty naturally antifungal, and so it works pretty well for that. So.
Okay, thank you. Hey, and the cholesterol, can I take the Google at the same time? But not at the same moment, but
Yeah.
okay.
When putting oil in water for drinking, can you put in several oils at once, or do you need to
No.
take them individually?
You take them individually. Yeah. If you mix them all together like that, they become something different and they won't produce a result.
Would Greg discuss the use of spikenard extra? What is the extra?
Spikenard extra is an antispasmodic. You know, it's basically a muscle relaxer, antispasmodic component. So.
How much black pepper should I rub on my shin for my toes to straighten? It's not irritating the skin if I put too much. Oh,
No, but I put like probably like starting at your knee and working your way down like 6-8 drops along the shin, and then you know you can smear it with your finger and rub it in. It's going to take a little while, like you know that sometimes takes a little bit to unwind, and if it seems like it's being a little sluggish about it, try rotating, like still do the pepper, but then you know, maybe one day do pepper and the next day do like vetiver or spikenard and just like rotate it up a little bit. I'd use not spikenard. I used marjoram for a little while on that, but you know, nothing really like nails it, you know, so the pepper's antispasmodic, it releases fascia, also has a lymphatic component to it. It's a great place to start, but you might need to rotate to some of the other antispasmodic oils. Yeah.
and for you guys who just got in, whenever we were on lunch, I got kicked out. And so all of your chat questions also got deleted. So if there's a chat question we didn't get to, go ahead and retype it in. Also,
Yeah,
you're
sorry
still
about that.
welcome to unmute yourself and raise your hand.
Yeah, sorry about that. It happens sometimes when we switch over from here to a star and then back.
When we got the skin, when we get to skin,
Mhm.
will you discuss a routine for deep detoxing and
Sure.
a schedule for that?
Yeah. I mean, it's not in the notes, but we can discuss it. Yeah. I mean, we can just jump into skin right now. If you let's jump into skin. So skin is on. It's way towards the back.
Starts on page 53.
53, like top of page 53, top-ish, right? So I'll go through and I'll just talk about some of these conditions and everything, and then we can do Q&A specific to skin and talk about a routine. You know, we have stuff that we're making as like prototypes, like masks and serums and things for the face, but you know, I don't know. It's just one of those things we're kind of playing with around here. Okay, so acne. Um, uh, acne, you could look at acne a lot of different ways, and here is a very simplified approach. But let's talk about acne for a little bit. It's one thing like when you're dealing with teenagers with acne, obviously that's hormonal. Later in life, it can also be hormonal. Like if you start to do um, hormone replacement therapies, sometimes acne will come about, but acne will also just happen randomly. It doesn't always happen on the face. It can happen on different parts of the body, like the back and things like that. And sometimes what is happening is, yes, it can be hormonal sometimes, but there are times where the body is trying to rapidly like detox or get rid of something. And so anytime you see like acne happening, it's always good to do some sort of supportive measure of doing a detox for like the liver and kidneys, or just a lymphatic cleanse, something of that nature, just to help the process. But when dealing with the actual acne, the pimple or whitehead, you have a lot of choices here. One is tea tree. And tea tree works really well for acne, but I will say it like this. Tea tree is going to draw it out, right? Like, so if you put tea tree on a whitehead, it's going to bring it to the head and it's going to pop. And then, you'll have a little bit of oozing, and then you pull it out and boom, that's done. And so, on the face, that might not always be the thing that you're wanting to have happen. If it's on the back or something like that, you're getting out the toxic material that the body's trying to get rid of. But sometimes on the face, it might leave a mark or a little scar or something like that. And so one of the things that you might want to use for those kinds of conditions are a helichrysum. Like helichrysum or a chamomile will help to reduce the inflammation and the redness, the raised area, and still resolve the underlying cause. And so, you're basically starting to stimulate the processes for detoxification, even with using helichrysum. And helichrysum also has an impact on the liver. You're doing a small dosage if you just take a dot and rub it on the spot. But, you can put a few drops on the wrist and just rub it together as another way of detoxing, or put a drop or two in water and drink it. That could all be good. Sandalwood has also been used. It's not kind of my go-to thing. Sometimes people will use lavender. Blue tansy, again, anti-inflammatory, helps to reduce the inflammation and things on the skin. So, you can try different versions of it, but kind of my go-to thing is usually either helichrysum or tea tree, depending on location. Aged skin. This is like aged skin starts to lose its elasticity and can actually begin to thin a little bit. And all these things are very supportive of it. Carrot seed works really super well. Sometimes with aged skin, I actually like to use frankincense or myrrh. Myrrh actually has a little bit of impact on the skin that helps to thicken the skin a little bit. And, like when you talk about cinnamon, sometimes like thickening the skin, that's more like how you interact with people. Myrrh is literally about thickening the skin. And so if the person is having a lot of like thinning of the skin, a lot of myrrh on the body. Like it's not going to be internal, it's going to be topical. Like, sometimes people will have such thin skin that if you kind of rub like this, it will tear the skin and they'll start bleeding, because the skin gets so thin. And so yeah, that can be good for that. Alopecia. Alopecia is an autoimmune issue, actually, that causes either a thinning of the hair, but usually it's in patches. Actually, so there's a couple things here. You would use them as shampoos. You know, you put several drops in. Sage is usually the one that I use here. But I also supplement alopecia with pantothenic acid. Pantothenic acid. It can be helpful if you just have like rapid, like, you know, sometimes either the body's going through stress or there's a big hormonal change in the body. And you'll just start to like have hair come out, not in patches, but it just starts coming out. Like you run your hand through your hair and you come out and you have, you know, some hair in your hand, or, you know, you put your hair in a ponytail. When you take it out, a big clump of hair comes out. That usually is the collagen has destabilized. And so one, vitamin C deficiency usually. But with that, I actually have people supplement with taking collagen internally. And, you know, you can get in capsules, you can get in powder, you can get in chews. I usually have them do about 3 times the suggested use on the package. So if it says 2 capsules, have them take 6 capsules. It says 1 capsule, you know, 3, you know, something like that. And usually within a couple of days, the hair falling out stops. If you need the hair to like grow more rapidly, rosemary on the head, or rosemary taken internally, a few drops, because rosemary moves blood to the head. It actually will accelerate the rate that hair grows. The other one that does that is there's an herb called ginkgo biloba. And if you use ginkgo biloba, a lot of times the byproduct is it makes your hair grow faster. And so not necessarily thicker, but just, you know, you gain length, right? So if you have a bad haircut, ginkgo biloba helps to, you know, grow you out of that bad haircut. So it's a joke, but it also works. So not really a joke. Balancing of the skin, spikenard works really well for that. So you might have sections on your face or in your body where some parts are real oily, some parts are real dry. The spikenard helps to just balance and even everything out. Mosquito bites, any sort of bites, you know, things that are soothing and inflammatory. Chamomiles, helichrysum, blue tansy, dark blue tansy. A lot of times even just lavender will work in some of these situations. Now boils. Boils are big raised, they're raised and red, and if you've ever had one, you know what I'm talking about. Helichrysum is amazing on boils, by the way. Several times I've treated people with boils where they were going to have to get it lanced, where they, you know, they have it cut open and drained and all that. And we put helichrysum on it, and boom, it started going away so quickly that, you know, no need to lance it. And some people are just more predisposed to it. Like kids with Down syndrome, for example, are really super predisposed to boils, and they get really kind of nasty form of boils where they actually even have roots that go kind of deep. So you do have to treat them pretty intensely. And sometimes what I do with somebody who has really serious boils is I have them use chlorophyll. Like take a lot of chlorophyll internally. You know, you can get liquid or you can get capsules. And then there's also an herb called burdock, like burdock root. And I have them take the burdock root, but still doing the helichrysum topically, and it really prevents a lot of the boils. You know, that's what I did with the Down syndrome kids. And they went from having to have surgical procedures done to have these boils removed to not really having them at all, or maybe, you know, once a year, where they were having them like once a month. You know, they were having them pretty substantially. And so bruising, if the skin is not broken, hyssop will work, but your best go-to thing is helichrysum. Helichrysum is amazing. It will take the darkness out pretty quickly. If you bruise something, or you bump something where it's going to bruise, and you put the helichrysum on, a lot of times it won't even bruise. If it's already dark, it will start changing color, and the blood will start moving pretty quickly. If you, like, say you opened up a dresser drawer and the drawer falls on the foot and you have the bruise and you have an open wound, again, helichrysum is the go-to thing. It helps with the open wound, and it helps with the bruise. It helps with the pain. It helps with the blackness that happens with the bruising. And so helichrysum is really amazing for this. Bunions, and I would say bunions and anything to do with the feet. Taggets is it's an oil that's from the marigold family, but in Europe, especially in England, Taggets is used for pretty much any sort of foot disorder, not odor, order. The one thing that I probably wouldn't use Taggets for, just because it wouldn't be as effective, is athlete's foot. Athlete's foot, I'd still just put tea tree on. The tea tree usually works better than the over-the-counter stuff for athlete's foot. But bunions, calluses, achy feet, tired feet, the calluses, pain in the feet, anything like that, Taggets can be very helpful. Now, sometimes, like I think it was Cindy was saying before, how she has like kind of some low-grade pain in the feet, but it's coming from the hips. The Taggets might help that, but better to treat the low back and the legs rather than just focusing on the feet. And think of Taggets as a way to increase circulation in the feet, but in a way that's very cooling. It's not hot. It's not like it's stimulating like cinnamon or even like pepper. It's very soothing, a lot like vetiver would be, or spikenard, but it increases the circulation and reduces inflammation in the feet. Burns, any form of lavender will work. And again, the sooner you can get to the burn with lavender, the better. I always suggest that people keep a bottle of lavender in the kitchen so that if there is a burn, boom, you can get onto it. If you get onto it like in the first 30 seconds or minute, you can really reduce the redness and the blistering. But if it's several minutes afterwards, it will take some of the pain out, but the blister's already formed and you're having to go through the steps of the burn healing. But lavender would just be applied in a neat application here. You could continue to apply it over a period of time just to keep the pain down and keep the redness down. Always can follow up with some aloe vera. But if it's a substantial burn, that's the time to get it looked at by a doctor, because burns can be very, very serious, actually. And so I've had a few really bad burns in my day, and boy, some of the ones that need a lot of medical attention, they can be very, very painful. And so you could still put lavender on them, but over a period of time, sometimes you switch over to like rosemary to increase the circulation to the area, but it's usually a couple weeks after the burn. Again, corns, taggets, corns are things that happen on the feet. Cuts, tea tree is always very cleansing to a cut, but helichrysum is a little bit better choice just because it's a stronger anti-inflammatory. Tea tree does cut the pain a bit somewhat. It's a very good cleanser, but the helichrysum really helps the wound to bind. And so I like that for that reason. Dandruff, all these are pretty solid choices. Rosemary and sage, pretty solid. Cedar is actually pretty solid for this as well. You would mix the essential oil in your shampoo, several drops, and then rub it in and let it sit there for a few minutes, and it can be helpful. Dermatitis, Irritations in the skin. There's a big list there. Dry skin. So you'd want to put this on with lotion, and rosemary is good. Sandalwood. Honestly, for the dry skin, I tend to use, what do I use? I think I use jasmine for that. Yeah, I think I use jasmine for that. But any of the things listed can be helpful. Eczema, there's different kinds of eczema. And so usually most people, when they have eczema, it's just kind of a standard form of eczema. All of these are good choices. The one that really shines here is Kunzea. Kunzea is amazing for general eczema. I mean, it works about 85-90% of the time. I mean, there's times where it doesn't work, but for the most part, like you put Kunzea on, even a neat application or with a little bit of lotion or massage oil, and it will wipe it out. People can get eczema all over the place, arms, legs, whatever, sometimes behind the ears and things like that. And you put it on, and a lot of times it's just a few dosages. It's not even a lot. Really super dry eczema, they go draining the lavender as well. And then eczema that starts weeping, where it starts oozing something, I'd switch over to juniper. Juniper does have a good track record for that. Strengthening the gums, these would be used, it says compress, liniment, massage. This would mostly actually be a mouthwash. So I don't know why I put all that there. Like to see a compress for the mouth, like. But cypress is really good for cleaning up the gums and detoxifying the gums. And you know how like sometimes the gums get a little spongy, and it can actually get to the point where it actually even starts to make the teeth like a little bit loose. Cypress helps to clean that up and actually firms up the gums and tightens it up for the teeth. Fennel is super good for that, kind of a traditional thing to use for gum health. Lemon and sage work quite well. Thyme increases circulation in the mouth and in the gums, so it can be quite good for that as well. Hair growth, rosemary or thyme are kind of the two go-to things. Like we were saying, the rosemary especially, because it's a cephalic, which means moving blood to the head, increases the rate of hair growth, and so it can be helpful. But also remember, you can use ginkgo biloba. Like 2 or 3 capsules of ginkgo biloba is good. Hair loss can happen for a lot of different reasons. Sometimes there's blockages in the scalp. Sometimes it's hormonal. Sometimes it's stress. A lot of stress energy gets stuck in the scalp. And so all of these are good choices. Rosemary can be quite good. I've actually even used marjoram sometimes. Marjoram can actually be good. Marjoram just feels good on the head. Like it takes some tension out of the head and out of the body. It does increase circulation, but the rosemary is probably a go-to thing there. Sage is really good for helping to unblock the pores in the scalp. So you might even rotate the things that you use there. Hives, Ravensara works quite well. And again, we keep talking about quercetin. Quercetin works quite good for hives, reducing the allergic response. A lot of times hives can be an allergic response. Infections in the gums, any sort of pain or infection, the one that really shines here is clove. I've even just had people go through and put clove on areas topically. Deep infections still need to be treated by a dentist, but still you can cut it down quite a bit, and definitely you can knock the pain out with clove. Clove was used by the dental industry at the turn of the century. And, as time went by, they came up with other things that had the pain relieving properties, but basically it can numb things out so that, you reduce the pain while fighting the infection. Or I knew a person who was backpacking one time and broke a tooth, had some clove oil, put it on, and pulled their tooth while they were backpacking so they didn't have to come back home. In the medical profession, I think that's clinically what we would call a man, like pulling his own tooth so he can keep backpacking. Oh my God, that's crazy. Inflamed skin, anything anti-inflammatory will work here. And I would throw spikenard in the mix. Oily hair, again, you're putting this in the shampoo. Things that are oily, cedar seems to work really well for that. Like, so oily skin, oily hair, things like that can be benefited by cedar, and any form of cedar, by the way. Doesn't have to be anything fancy. Again, pain in the teeth and gums, clove, perspiration in the feet. Sage works well, but I'd say here your one that really shines is cypress. Cypress would actually even work for excessive perspiration, even like from the armpits, from the palms. Sometimes people just sweat from these particular areas of their body. Cypress and sage in like a baby powder can be used for sweating in the groin area, the crotch. And so that can be helpful as well. Psoriasis we talked about. I'd add parsley to that. I don't know why I didn't do that, but maybe Letty can add parsley to the new version. We are going to keep building on this book. So we are going to keep updating, and I'm going to add a whole nother wave of information and conditions, and then eventually some longer form treatments. And so seborrhea, sensitive skin rashes is probably one that people would think of. Any sort of rash, helichrysum, lavender, spikenard, pretty solid. I hesitate. Benzoin does work, but the thing with benzoin is you do really need to kind of mix that in with like a little bit of lotion or a little bit of massage oil. If you put benzoin just on the skin, it can be a little bit of a skin irritant in a neat application, not in the massage oil or lotion, but is a neat application, can be a little bit of an irritation. And so, and then wrinkles and frankincense is probably my go-to one here. And actually frankincense, a close relative of that would be a lemmy. A lemmy would be actually quite good here. And rose actually can be very good here. And with that, a lot of times we're talking about wrinkles in the face. Good to use with either rose hip seed oil or a little bit of tamanu. And since we're here, let's just do a little, there's only a few. Let's talk urinary issues, cellulitis. Any form of birch is very helpful for this. Anything that is just detoxifying and helps with what we would call accumulations. So angelica, birch, cypress. Sometimes I even do a combination of these and do the application, but all of this would be done topical, like so massage oil or a liniment, and multiple times a day if possible. Cystitis, which is basically like irritation in the urinary tract. Clove oil, taken internal. Fluid retention. Sandalwood is really super solid here. So is lovage. Juniper works. Sometimes it takes a little while. Parsley works. Lemon is pretty slow. Birch would be used topically, and angelica would also be used internally. So pretty much all of these would be used internally except the birch. The birch would be used topically. Juniper works equally as well topically as it does internally. And so if you have like fluid retention in a joint, sometimes the juniper actually will help clear that to a certain extent. Then urinary tract infections, pine or terebinth are kind of my go-to things for that. That and cranberry juice, but real cranberry juice. Not necessarily like ocean spray, but like the good, like from the health food store, like the really tart cranberry juice, that will knock it out. So let's go ahead and open it up to questions. We'll do skin and urinary tract for a little bit, and then we'll open it up again to anything goes.
Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Let's get you unmuted.
Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Oh, so much here, so much here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying. Like it's one of those things where they were teasing me around the office here because I kept going, yeah, it's almost done, and I kept adding more and more, and we're still going to add a whole nother wave, and so I'm glad you guys are liking it, and we're going to just keep adding to it, and yeah, I'm glad you guys are finding it helpful. It's one of those things where it's just simple applications, but we'll add more that's a little bit more complicated later. But I just wanted to give you guys just like quick reference, simplified approaches. So good.
What I wanted to ask about was the like a bone spur. I do have one bone spur on one of my toes, but
Okay.
I've had like the surgeries, but they're many, many years ago. So I'd prefer not to have any more.
Yeah, boy, no joke. I don't blame you. So it's just on the toe. It's not on the heel or anything like that.
Well, the second surgery, the third, they sewed my second and third toes together, unbeknownst to me. It was never
wow.
discussed. Yeah, it was never discussed. They did at least pin them. Okay, this time they pinned them because the first time is the tendons had slipped off and then the metatarsals fell off.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they put it back on, but they didn't pin it, so it didn't last. So that the orthopedic surgeon pinned them, but he sewed the second and third toes together on both feet. And I woke up to this and was kind of pretty horrified because, they had to splice that skin. So anyways,
Yeah.
it really did change things for me. But whoever sewed the one on my left foot, they sewed it slightly to an angle. So it sort of puts pressure a little where it popped to the big toe. It kind of popped out a bit of a bone spur there.
Okay.
And I keep it quiet if I can on any level, because I really would, I know anything you do can make a bone unstable, anything like that.
Okay, so spurring, I would use like lovage or Eucalyptus citrodora might be actually a little bit of a better choice. The thing with Eucalyptus citrodora, it's really good for deposits, and it's a little bit more of an anti-inflammatory than lovage. That Arthrocare blend is made for like deposits and spurring and things, but if you just want to do a single oil wise, Eucalyptus citrodora would be the thing to do. I would also rotate it with Taggets, just to keep the muscle of the feet like kind of healthy, and like do a little bit of a lymphatic kind of flush. And it's also an anti-inflammatory. It's very, very soothing. Would just be more overall foot health, like 6-8 drops in your hand, and then some lotion or massage oil, and then rub it, and then just really work it into your whole foot. The Eucalyptus citrodora, I would do neat, like right on the spot. Like, you'll probably drop on more than you need. So rub it into the spot and then the surrounding area. And I think that will probably bring you a decent amount of comfort from that, a decent amount of relief.
So on the cedar, the eucalyptus door, you wouldn't take it internally. It's more
No,
right on.
you just need to put it right on the spot. Yeah. I don't know that taking anything internally is going to really help any of that. I mean, possibly like taking lovage internally, but it's such a long shot that I would say I wouldn't bother. Like it really sounds like it's a mechanical issue down in your foot rather than, deposits and things and kidney function. And so I would just treat it like a foot issue. Yeah, rather than like having kidney issues and things like that. I mean, yeah.
Thank you.
Wow, I've never heard of them sewing the two toes together. Like that,
Well,
that's a new one on me. Like I thought I've heard it all, but that is not one I've heard.
he was an honest surgeon, because a few months later, I told him, I said, why did you do this to me? And he said, do what? And I said, why would you have sewn my toes together like that? He said, well, surely we would have had to discuss it. And I said, no, we never discussed it. And he had my chart in his arms. And I said, look at my chart. And he did. He sat right in front of me and looked at the chart and looked. And then he looked up at me and said, it's nowhere in here. And I said, I know. I said, because we've never discussed it. And I'm sure he was waiting for like a lawsuit or something, but I was just so heartbroken. Honestly.
Yeah. That's, I mean, I kind of get it. I mean, I've never seen it where they've sewn things together, but like lots of times where they've long-term taped things together, tape two toes together. That's relatively common, but never heard of them sewing those together. Like, yeah.
I don't quite, well, okay, but I've lived with them a long time now because they did that probably in my 30s and I'm in my 60s now. So now I just would like to try to keep them as happy as I can so I don't have okay, so I'm the one that had the Mohs on my face. And I wanted to ask, well, I know helichrysum for the bruising and not to do anything till the stitches come out and I clear, past surgeon that did the plastic surgery on it. Because it was bigger than the other gentleman could close, the surgeon. So would you suggest the frankincense for the scarring or?
Oh no, for helichrysum. Like soon as it closes up, like put helichrysum right on it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, helichrysum will clear up that scarring substantially.
And then the orange oil for precancer spots.
Yeah.
But only dab with the.
Yeah, dab. Don't put it on your finger. Put it on a Q-tip and do it. Like the thing is they'll just make your fingers burn and like they get really irritated and it's going to do that a little bit to the skin, but you're trying to get rid of something. You're trying to kill something off there, and so that's where the orange oil would work. But like you don't need all the weird tingling and burning on the fingers, so just put it on a Q-tip and then dab the area.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Answered all my questions. I'm very grateful.
Oh, my pleasure.
And then we'll do Marianne, then Tracy, then Letty.
Hey.
I have paper-like skin.
Mm-hmm.
And I missed the oil you said.
Myrrh. Yeah.
And in terms of pre-cancer spots, you said orange oil?
Yeah, orange oil applied with a Q-tip.
Now I have blood orange.
It needs to be just regular, good old-fashioned orange.
Orange.
Yeah,
okay.
just regular orange oil. Yeah.
Thank you.
Not even bitter orange, just regular orange oil.
Just regular orange.
Yeah. And like a big bottle is cheap, and so like citrus oils are usually the normal citrus oils are quite cheap. Fancy things like neroli and even blood orange starts to be fancy, aren't, but like orange, lemon, lime, things like that, they're very inexpensive.
I stopped eating a lot of citrus because it raises my blood sugar. Would taking the oil provide some of what I'm lacking?
I would probably take the vitamin C.
See, yeah,
Yeah. Like quercetin or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, the oils don't quite have like the food value that foods do. You know, it's more of
Oh,
a
I see.
concentrated part, so it wouldn't necessarily do the same thing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Tracy Van Letty.
Hey, Tracy.
Good morning. I guess it's afternoon, sorry. Um, along with the myrrh for the
Mhm.
thin skin, is that better to use as a liniment? I mean, because myrrh can be thick.
Yeah, you definitely want to mix it with something. It can be a lotion, it can be massage oil, it could be like witch hazel or alcohol,
Okay,
you know, but something where you can shake it up and then apply it to the body.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you and I have talked about this before, and somebody mentioned something earlier that, who knows if it's eczema or psoriasis, but I have those places on my hands that when I get stressed out, little bumps appear, like, and my fingertip is like, one of them is raw right now. And you and I talked
On the
about that.
fingertip.
Yeah, on the fingertip. It's almost like I shaved it off a little bit, but it's, yeah.
Is it got a little bit, does it look a little bit like a blister or a little bit like red, like
It looks red and a little cracked, but it's like just like right on the tip, but it starts out as a little like little bumps. And they only come up when I'm stressed, when my nerves get, when people get on my nerves. I noticed
Good.
it, and it could be I wash my hands too much.
No. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but like washing your hands a bunch or using waterless soap, or what do they call it? I always call it waterless soap, but
The hand sanitizer.
hand sanitizer.
I don't use that
I
very
mock
much, so.
substantially around here because I always say waterless soap. That can dry things out, but shouldn't cause that.
You think helichrysum, that is the one thing I haven't tried on it?
And have you tried like spikenard and parsley and things like that?
Well, I take parsley baths.
No,
I
you
haven't
need to put it like neat, like on the area. But here's the thing, like on the knuckles, I would say probably psoriasis. The part that's thrown me a little bit is fingertips, because that can be even something a little bit neurological, like the nerves being compressed in the hand. Did you ever have like an accident where you slammed into somebody and like really grabbed the steering wheel really hard on impact?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a compression in your hands. And so chamomile, Roman chamomile on the fingertips. And then you can use like the chamomile or anything antispasmodic, like chamomile, helichrysum, marjoram, basil, petitgrain. Rub it on the hand, either neat or in a lotion, and do that thing where you pinch, both sides, like you're pinching like this, and you're going between each of the metacarpals. And so you're basically, let's do it like this. You're basically going through and like you're pinching both sides like this, and you're trying to move the space between these two bones, like these two bones.
Right.
You're trying to open that up more. So you're basically going pinch, 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 like 3 or 4 times between each bone. Pinch, pinch, pinch. And then as you get in there, the one that's on top, you kind of start moving it back and forth, like you can get your fingers down in between those two bones, like kind of like move them back and forth, like you're almost like kind of pushing on each bone, you're trying to open it up.
I can feel the one that's compromised. It's the one that's
Yeah.
closest to the
That's what it is.
the-
Like
base of my finger.
if you just had like the rashy part on other parts of your hand, that's one thing. But the only time I've ever seen the thing with the fingertips like that has been some sort of like a car accident, or somebody who's using like heavy machinery and they're holding it and it's like jarring all the time, so that they're having to really hold very intensely. One time it was a guy who was a boxer, like, so his hand was always clenched and he was hitting people. And so again, the issue is the nerve, because the bones kind of move together like this, it compresses the nerve, and by the time it gets out there, it like balloons out. And sometimes it actually looks like little nerve endings popping out the fingertips. And so like in really bad car accidents, that I've seen that happen. And again, we calmed it down with Roman chamomile and then a lot of work on the hands. And I mean, pretty much every time we made it go away.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah, but the key is really opening up the palm, the front and back side. You have to really get in there and
Well,
pinch it for about like 10 seconds and then move to the next one and then pinch it. Like you really,
I've
hold
done
it
body
until-
work for 22 years, so
yeah.
that
But even that, like the tendency with the body work is more, tends to be an issue with the wrist than the fingertips. The hand part is usually where the fingertips are breaking out like that. It's usually some sort of trauma to the hand.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
the worst being, you see the accident, you tense up, and then there's the impact. And so you have the jarring, and it just throws the palms of the hands into massive spasms. Massive. It's like whiplash, but in your hands.
I had a car accident where I was watching the guy not stopping.
Yeah.
And slammed into me. So yeah, I definitely braced.
You're right.
Okay, thank you so
The
much.
counterintuitive, I mean, it's counterintuitive, but like when you see somebody that's gonna like hit you, like you're in stop and go traffic, is to take your hands off the wheel. Like you just completely let your body like absorb it. The rigidity part, like on impact, actually is what causes a lot of the soft tissue issue. So it's not intuitive at all. Like you would think that like I'm going to get really hurt, but you take your foot off the brake, you take your hands off the wheel, you let the car absorb it, and then you hit the brake, and so it's pretty counterintuitive. If you're driving, you're going to hit the brake. You shouldn't, avoid that. Like you need to try to stop and everything, but it's like stop and go traffic, like on the freeway, and you are watching somebody come towards you in your rear view mirror. Best thing you can do is take your hands off, take your foot off the brake, and just go as limp as possible, and just let your body like kind of move with the impact, and then grab the wheel and hit the brake. Yeah. That's why like drunk people, when they get in accidents, don't get hurt, is they're loose.
I was in a Geo Metro, if you remember those little tin cans. They were the tiniest little cars, and they were not made very well. They were Chevrolet, and there was a big truck in front, like a pickup truck in front of me, a big one. And so, yeah, definitely braced, because like I could just imagine that.
It's the natural response. Like the natural response is to brace. I mean, I've been in a bunch of accidents. Only one time did I do what I was supposed to. And like I saw them coming, I knew they were going to hit, and I was in a big giant car, so it was really easy just to go, I'm just going to let this go. And yeah, I walked away not hurt. She probably was doing 50 when she hit me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I'll work on that.
Yeah, you're so-
Thanks.
And then go ahead, Letty, then
Hey, Letty.
Barbara.
Hi, Greg.
Mhm.
I wanted to apologize for the mistakes on the thing, but Actually, I didn't get any.
Yeah,
didn't
like I
get-
gave it to you and you gave you about 12 hours to pull it together. Like, I don't think you need to
Well,
apologize.
I didn't get any applications, right, at all. So I figured like,
That's all
oh, well,
on
the
me.
skin.
That's
Sorry?
all on me. That's all on me.
Yeah, so I figured skin. I just thought, oh, well, let me go with the typical stuff with skin, but I forgot that we have gum and the gums infections in there. So I'll fix that part. So
Okay.
I want to apologize for that because I was like, I
No,
just kind of
you
threw
do
that
not
in
need
there.
to apologize. That is all on me. And like sometimes those details, I'm grinding on so much that I don't catch everything.
Yeah, because all I got was just oils, and I didn't want to like leave this stuff just
Oh, I
blank.
see.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question. I was wondering if you could show me that cranial manipulation that we had talked about, but you weren't home on
So
how to.
Oh, yeah.
It's, I think, is the skull over by the gong again?
Yeah. Okay. So what she's talking about, like, this is a way to, what was I having you use this for? I can't remember.
It's for my brother, because I had mentioned to you that he has like a lump on the he has a lump on the on top shoulder.
Right.
So
And
we
he's
were
got a
kind of
little
talking
bit of
about that.
twisted neck and a little bit where he's starting to have facial tics. and
Twitches,
things like that.
yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I put vetiver all along the base of the skull, but also facial tics, I want to say is marjoram. Let me look something up real quick here. Yeah, so for the facial tics, you know how, like put it back on me again real quick. You know, like with the facial tics, like they're usually very kind of subtle, but they'll go. And then they'll also blink like kind of rapidly where they'll go. You know,
I don't see I don't see too much of that in him though.
okay. If so, marjoram all over the face, like in
Okay.
oil or aloe vera, and then rub it all in the face.
Mhm.
That can happen when the neck gets really twisted. It will start manifesting as like facial tics. And so basically you're going to put like, you could put marjoram, but I would use like vetiver or spikenard all along the base of the skull, like the skull line. And then, so this is about where that hole in that little indention in the base of your skull is. And so you're basically using your two thumbs like so. And then like if they're laying down like this, you're basically just kind of arching the head up and you're holding it like this, but you're stretching the neck forward. But your two thumbs are there. And so basically they're going to look like this, but you're basically moving the chin to the chest and your thumbs are right here, like right at the base of the skull here. And you're using the thumbs to kind of manipulate the tissue on the backside. So you're holding it there, and you can even move the thumbs a little side to side or up a little bit. And you're just trying to stretch this whole plane of tissue here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yeah. One of the other questions I had was on neuropathy, like when I know you kind of gave me like what to do on that, but I'm just wondering, like for the actual part of the burning sensation on the feet, is there something different? Because I know like I'm doing like a vetiver spray for my brother, and then also the lymphatic
Like
gland.
burning sensation?
Yes.
I mean, you can start just trying to rotate different things to see what will work. You can try like birch or birch tar, but probably the next thing I would try would be like peppermint or corn mint.
And applied how, Greg?
In like a massage oil. Like you could probably get away with a liniment, but I like the idea of the massage oil because it makes it linger in the area for a longer period of time. Like if you do it with alcohol, it hits the bloodstream and goes to other places much quicker. But if you put it in a massage oil, it makes it linger on the area where you applied it for a much longer period of time. So it's very good for pain syndromes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Greg.
You're so welcome. Let me know how that works, because if that doesn't work, then we'll try something different. But
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Barbara.
Hey there.
Hey.
I have lots of skin things.
Okay, fire away.
Well, there's the lower leg vasculitis, the lower leg pedal edema, rosacea in the past year, and I'm wondering if you could just suggest a good overall routine. I heard you say something about kidney and liver cleansing.
Okay,
and
so rosacea, and what were the other two things?
that vasculitis on the lower legs. I have a gazillion different types of skin tags and related things. Some lower leg edema. It's just a
Okay, so the edema, if I remember right, is just on one leg.
sometimes both, but it's much greater on the left. And,
Wow.
and there's a genetic piece to that.
And is there a heart issue at all that you're aware of?
For myself,
Yeah.
heart rate gets a little rapid sometimes, blood pressure sometimes a little bit borderline.
But nothing else.
Not that I'm aware of. Cholesterol's
Okay.
a little high, but I've actually
So,
okay.
okay. So let's talk about a routine here. One would be that I would probably have you take a lemon internally. Probably a good solid 6-8 drops, in water or however you want to take it.
For several weeks or indefinitely.
Yeah, for probably several months. Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
I took a couple drops before the lunch break, and immediately it felt like my face felt different somehow. The skin felt lighter, or like something was happening in the skin of my face as soon as I took it. It was pretty interesting.
okay. And then what did we have you do for the edema? Did we have you do like parsley or juniper or lovage?
I've done parsley, seems to help some, not tremendously. I did alternating a spray of cedar and lymphatic blend, and that helped a little bit.
Okay. So lemon internally, and let's have you do like lovage or parsley, a couple of drops internally as well.
Is that also daily?
What's that?
Daily also?
Yeah, for a little while. And then topically, I'm going to throw a curveball here and say, let's have you put cedar in a liniment on the legs.
Okay.
Cedar is a good venous tonic. So it's moving blood up out of the legs, but it also has a diuretic effect as well. It's not my top go-to diuretic, but I think that could be helpful here.
Thank you.
And so I'd put it like, I would actually probably do it in alcohol or witch hazel, and then rub it all over your legs, and then put your legs up on the wall, like at a 45-degree angle for about 10 minutes, and just let the blood and fluid come out of the legs, like at the end of the day. That could be somewhat helpful. I mean, I don't think it fixes it, but it just helps move things. Yeah. And sometimes like when you get it moving, it gets better faster, because sometimes there's so much fluid in the area that nothing is working, and then it's too hard to get the movement. And when you get movement going, all of a sudden the body can start working again and can start like flushing some of that out.
Okay.
Yeah.
We did do helichrysum and witch hazel for the heat rash, and that seemed to help.
Okay.
And it felt good on the.
It did. Okay, good. And then skin tags, right? I don't think I even put that in my notes, but skin tags.
Thuja has worked some, but it seems to take a long time.
Yeah, that's going to be the issue. Like
Okay.
the thuja or tea tree applied to the skin tags, it usually takes 2 or 3 weeks. You know, sometimes can take a little longer, but basically it dries them out and they eventually fall off. And it's not quick, but you know, the only place I wouldn't use the thuja and tea tree is in and around the eyes. You know? But other than that, anything goes. Just put the thuja on, you know, daily. And the thing that happens, like if you're doing the thuja and you're putting it on and then you forget for 3 or 4 days, it's almost like you got to start over again. Like, so try to stay super consistent with it and not miss a day, but it does work. It does take a while. Yeah. You know, in the past, I've also had people do the thing where you take dental floss and you tie it in a little knot around it. That can accelerate it. The issue is that sometimes it will make the skin tag get really super inflamed. And I tend to just like to do the thuja thing.
Okay, thank you. And
Yeah.
just an overall decongestion of the skin or anything? Is there anything?
Decongesting of the skin is helichrysum. That is your go-to thing for like if the skin's really congested. And usually the way you can tell that the skin's really congested is lack of perspiration. Like if you're doing something and it's hot or there's heat and you should be sweating and you're not, your skin is super congested and it's just not detoxified. And it actually is hard on the liver, kidneys, and spleen. And so anytime you want the skin to be able to like eliminate, helichrysum will definitely open things up to have that happen. And anytime you start to detoxify the skin, it actually stimulates the kidney, the liver, and the spleen to start detoxifying, and also the lungs. And so like once that's moving, parsley is detoxifying, coffee is detoxifying. Coffee is a really good skin detoxifier. It stimulates lymphatic movement in the skin quite substantially. I'll use it with like lotion or massage oil, and a lot of times I'll just actually use it like neat. Like I'll just put it, especially if there's an area. And here's the thing that you know, when we're talking about pain syndromes and degenerative issues and things like that, you know, one of the things that usually gets left out in that conversation is the skin over an area where there's arthritis is it usually actually quite compromised. It's very congested. It's not detoxifying. It doesn't have quite the circulation or the lymphatic movement in the couple layers of skin there. And so treating skin in and around areas that are arthritic in nature or degenerating can be actually quite helpful. It will help the underlying tissue. It will help the joint and fluid movement in the joint, and it helps the skin to eliminate in that particular area. And so treating those particular areas can be quite good. And let me look something up for the rosacea. I don't have it in my notes, but I might have it somewhere else here.
So the helichrysum, the parsley, and the coffee, those are all topical?
Yeah, like everything for the skin would mostly be topical. Hyssop can actually be good too, but it's not my go-to thing. Spikenard is really good for the skin, but it's more of a balancer rather than a detoxifier. Celery can be good. I tend to go to parsley before I go to some of these other ones, but all of them can be quite good.
Okay.
And
while you're looking that up, the cholesterol support with the cypress, where it's mixed with the rosemary verbenone, does that make it not function like cypress?
right, like it wouldn't be just like regular cypress. Yeah.
When you asked about the perspiration, I thought, well, I'm taking some of that every day. I don't know if that's a factor of with the perspiration or not, if it's mixed with the rosemary verbenone.
Probably not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've experimented a little with helichrysum for the rosacea, but it seems too heavy.
Yeah. Actually, one I wouldn't thought of, lavender. Try lavender, like
Okay.
in like aloe vera or some like base oil that you would use on your skin. I'd keep the oil real light though.
Right. Give a
You could actually
suggestion.
even maybe get away with doing it even with like your soap. Like put a few drops in your soap and then, you know, rub it on and then wash it off.
Okay.
But I would probably try some aloe vera with it. Like put some aloe vera, like pure aloe vera, add a few drops, mix it really well, and then just kind of lightly rub it on and see what that does for you.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
I just want to say our esthetician also told us that, because I have some as well, hot water will actually like irritate and it'll just break up and make it worse.
Yes.
Hot water makes
Hot
it
water,
worse.
yeah. So like basically don't wash your face with hot water.
So you wash it with cold water or
Mhm.
lukewarm water.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a second, Denise and Letty, something came up that needs to be looked at. You're telling people to take the oils internally. Kind of specify difference between a genuine oil and the stuff at like Whole Foods or Sprouts. Because
Oh,
someone
yeah,
did just
yeah,
take
yeah.
some from Whole Foods and they were like, it tastes like Vicks Vapor. Should it taste like Vicks Vapor? And I'm like, no.
Okay, so yeah. The thing is with a lot of the oils on the market, they're either manipulated or they're actually synthetic. And so like the things at the health food store, there's not really anything that's completely genuine at the health food store. So I would not be taking anything internally from the health food store. Only do it with things that you know are they're genuine. And so usually it's small suppliers like guys like me, and you know, we're just super fanatical about the oils being genuine. And the thing with the stuff in the health food stores is, even though it's in the health food store, it doesn't necessarily mean most of that stuff has been at least manipulated, if not synthetic. And so for something to say 100% pure on the label, it actually only technically has to have 5% genuine material. So it really doesn't mean anything. And so things from the health food store do not take internally. If you're not sure, don't take it internally. Like, yeah. I would say when things are not pure, I wouldn't even put them on the skin. I would, you know, you could diffuse them, but I would leave it at that, because even putting them on the skin actually starts to cause issues with like liver and kidney function and things like that. So, you know, that you got a dosage of something, that would shake it off, but don't keep doing it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you've done it, it's no
Yeah.
big deal. I've done it before.
I've
It
done
just
it too.
tastes disgusting, and
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
another way you know it's not
Yeah.
genuine.
But also, like, the issue would be if you kept taking it internally, you would, you know, eventually start to be an issue with the liver and all that. So, yeah, good point.
So like we talk about this because Greg's plant prana oils are
Yeah.
genuine.
Yeah,
And
we're-
again, why the workbook only says inhalation.
Yeah,
It's because a lot of the masses are not using necessarily
Yeah.
genuine oils.
They might get the book, but they're not using genuine oils, or so that's why like we build in safety mechanisms with that. You know, if I have vendors that we use that have been vetted, and they go through and they vet you know, the distillers, but like even we'll get something, and if there is a doubt in my mind, we actually send it off and have it tested by somebody independently, so that we have multiple sources of testing to be able to say this is completely genuine. And what was it like last, I think it was like about a year ago, we had somebody where I had bought a bunch of aloes, like a big thing of aloes. And when it got here, I mean, I was like, this has been manipulated. And, you know, went back and forth with the person, and they were telling me I was full of it. And so I sent it off and get tested, and it had completely been manipulated. And so it was one of those situations where I actually hadn't paid for it ahead of time. And, you know, because it was like $10,000-$11,000 of oil just at once. And they had sent it to me, and I would not pay them until it was verified. And then when it wasn't verified, you know, I was out the money for the testing, but I was like, there's no way I'm keeping this. So yeah, there was one time where something got through. It was something that was very inexpensive, and instead of sending it back, I gave it to somebody I knew that made soap. You know, most of the soaps have synthetic stuff in it anyway, and so, you know, it had been manipulated, and I was like, it's not even worth it for me to send it back, but I just gave it to the soap maker and let them make the soap with it. But yeah, we're super fanatical about, not only do we always try to get organic or wild crafted, biodynamic if it's available. It's not always available, but and then there's like even higher standards of organic. And so I try to always get the highest standard. And, you know, for example, the ginger, like the ginger that we have, I pay almost double for the ginger that we have compared to just like the normal ginger, the normal organic ginger, because the potency and the fragrance is so much better in the nicer version of it. And so that's one where I don't pass that on to you guys, but I just, if I'm going to have ginger, I'm going to do it right. And so there's a few things where we pay extra to get not just organic, but even higher quality versions of it if it's available. Like, so we're always trying to find the best of whatever we're doing. And so, you know, try to always do things as cost effective and consciously as possible. But yeah, we're super anal about all that stuff. So yeah.
Thanks. It was just that.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Denise, then Letty.
I had just two more questions.
Sure,
Would-
fire away.
Basil or parsley, you know, in water, would that be helping to cool the skin for like rosacea or to keep the
Probably the lavender. Like the lavender, I think would be your best bet.
in water? Really? Oh, I'd love that.
Like either water or a little bit of aloe vera or something, and just like kind of blot it on the skin.
Okay.
Yeah. My notes, and that particular note comes from a French physician, and so that means that he's actually tested it, and yeah, so lavender is what he's suggested.
Okay, and let's see, and lobelia, you had recommended lobelia for that paradoxal breathing, or
Yes,
at least
for
brought
relaxing the diaphragm. Yeah.
in the capsules, right?
Correct.
And just, I'll start that and we'll deal with that down the road after I heal through some of this stuff.
Right. So if the lobelia, like one capsule, like twice a day, but like you don't need to, usually you don't need to bump it up. Every once in a while, if it's real severe, we might bump it up to 2 capsules, but one capsule, one to 2 times a day is usually enough.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Letty, and then Angela.
Hi, Greg. Sorry, one more thing. on the skin, and just going back into your old notes,
Uh-huh.
you have purifying the skin and also you have strengthening the skin. For purifying, you have the sudorific blend. You've really never talked about that blend.
Oh yeah, boy, God, boy, that's old school. Yeah, yeah,
And you
yeah.
also
So
have
that is actually God, I haven't made that in ages. Yeah,
okay.
like
And you
I'm
also have a skin
cracking up.
support blend for strengthening the skin. What is the
Yeah.
difference between purifying and strengthening the skin?
Strengthening would be like kind of fortifying the skin. Purifying would be like a detox. And so eventually that makes it stronger, but fortifying is just like kind of strengthening and fortifying. So the skin support is balancing to the skin, strengthening to the skin, helps to regulate and normalize it, where purifying is you're helping to release toxins out of the skin. And so that sudorific blend that I had completely forgotten about, it's to stimulate the release of toxins in the skin through perspiration. Yeah. So, even if you're not perspiring at the time, but as you go through it, it increases the level or degree of perspiration temporarily so that your body can detoxify. And so, like helichrysum actually kind of does that as well. But that sudorific blend is an old French formula that's used for like kind of rapid detoxification. Yeah, and I had completely forgotten about it.
And that's internal, Greg?
No, it's
Or-
actually all topical. Like everything for the skin is topical. Yeah, yeah.
And one other thing, I think for
Can we
your
just
old,
add those to the notes, like add that
Yes.
to the workbook, and then
and that's what I was going
also
to ask you if you wanted me to cross reference, because you have some stuff that you left out like on these, but I didn't, of course, we were like short,
yeah.
like didn't
Go,
have a
go
whole lot
ahead
of
and
time.
add them, and then also add rosacea, add lavender.
Lavender for it.
Mhm.
Okay, and then you also have mouth and gum infections on your, this is for, I'm referring to back to etheric healing booklet, and you have myrrh in there as well.
Yeah, that would work. Yeah, myrrh would work.
Okay, so you want me to add myrrh then?
Yeah, sure. Add myrrh.
Okay, all right, thank you so much, Greg.
Thank you.
Oh, can I have some of that sudorific sudorific blend as well?
Yeah. Remind me, do we even have that on the site anymore?
Yes, it's on the site.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be glad to make that.
Okay, thank you, Greg.
I think for a while, like this is how much for a while I was actually making that in salt scrub, and like you would go through and salt up, and I can't even remember the last time I made that in a salt scrub, but
That sounds nice.
Now we do our salt.
Sounds
scrubs?
really nice.
yeah. It's actually quite nice. Boy, I was on the kick with that sudorific blend for a little while. Because the other reason that I really liked it is it's the idea of the sweat lodge is when you're doing like lots of meditation or a lot of prayer, a lot of healing work. One of the ways that you energetically purify and physicalize spiritual energy is through perspiration. So like if you were doing like say a lot of meditation, and then you went and took a salt bath with hot water and you put several drops of that in, it would make you perspire a little bit, but it would physicalize or anchor that energy into your body. And so I was on a real kick with that for a little while. Yeah. And so, all traditions actually kind of, well, I say all, a lot of different traditions will acknowledge that part. In the Native American tradition, they do the sweat lodges, but even things where they do things like yoga and stuff, where you're starting to invoke a perspiration, part of that is the physicalizing of the spiritual energy. And at one point, just out of the blue one time, Master Cho talked about that from the stage, about how spiritual energy physicalizes through sweat. And part of it is because in each of the cell, you have, like, I don't know the right term to say, but you could say like a little piece of dark matter or darkness, like in each of the cells. And, as you try to bring in light, part of what happens is, the cells to a certain extent can absorb some, but that spot can't. But the way that you purify that out is through perspiration and through the sweating when you've invoked like a lot of spiritual energy and then you perspire. It's a way to flush things out of the cells. And so it's a way to make the body more conductive and spiritualize the body, accelerate the healing process of the body, which is the whole premise of the sweat lodge. But you can do it by causing sweating, and like a bath. It doesn't even have to be super hot, but if you're using oils that cause a diaphoretic effect, they'll just start making you sweat. And so, yeah.
And you also have it listed on the top 20, but you have it listed as sudorific, induces sweating, and you have ginger and helichrysum on that one, and then you have neat ointment or salt bath, but in parentheses you put a hot bath.
Yeah.
So those are other two good options.
Yeah, ginger will induce sweating. Helichrysum will induce sweating. Yarrow or milfoil will induce sweating, because the other time to induce sweating is pre-exercise. Like if you, I used to do this when I would travel with cycling teams, and they'd get ready, because they were, usually when they hired me, it was for a stage race, where they're racing multiple days in a row. And so the more you warm up, the better you perform. And to take it a step further, when you're warming up, the quicker you really are warmed up when you break a sweat. And so what I would do is, back then I was using milfoil because you could break a sweat. It was less expensive than helichrysum, especially back then. And it wasn't messy like yarrow. And so I would put several drops of milfoil on their wrist and have them go like this. They'd put their gloves on, they'd go out and ride, and they'd come back like in 5 minutes. They're going, I'm already sweating. Where before it might take like 20, 30 minutes for them to go and warm up and get going, because, the more that they would be racing and performing, it kept taking longer and longer for them to warm up because their skin was already so toxic. And so not only did it help them to warm up, but it was actually helping the liver, kidney, spleen, lungs, like purify the blood. And especially lung function is tied to the production of the lactic acid. But then after the lactic acid is produced, which is what happens when you go into oxygen debt, your body starts to produce this acid that's in the blood. Liver function, how well your liver performs, basically is your body's ability to process that lactic acid. And the more that you're able to process the lactic acid, your endurance is more, your intensity can increase, you don't fatigue as faster, all of those things. And it's just less painful when you're exercising. And so all of that was in place. So the more that you could invoke the response of perspiration in the early warm-up stages, they performed better. And I would do that, and I would use the pain relief psychogenic on their legs and back. And after racing 5-6 days in a row, most of them said that usually at the end of the race, of the 5 or 6 days, they'd feel pretty beat up. And they said they felt tired, but they felt better than when they started the race. and they said that's like unheard of. And, all of it was just different applications of oils and things that I was doing. They'd say even injuries that they were nursing, by the time the race was done, the injuries were doing better than when they started. And usually what would happen is they'd go into a race with an injury, and then at the end it would be worse, but then they would spend more time nursing it back, and it would be this back and forth. And they said they never had the experience of racing through an injury and having it get better. Yeah.
Thank you, Greg. I just wanted to put those out there so that everybody had more
Yeah,
options.
thank you.
Thank you.
And then go ahead, Angela, then Sonia.
Hey, Angela.
Hey, Greg. So do you have experience with treating dogs?
A little bit, not tons, but somewhat. Yeah, sure.
Well, since we were talking about skin, it's just a question I had because he's had a lot of breakouts and stuff, and he's almost 9. He's never had a skin issue. I've even changed his diet. We don't have carpet. He's not
What kind of dog?
outside.
What kind of
He's a
dog?
German Shepherd.
German Shepherd. And is there loss of hair at all or anything like
Yeah,
that?
there's been loss of hair, and he'll have these like sores in some spots, and then they'll all go away within a couple days, and then they flake off in his skin. And it's like this recurring thing. So I mean, I've done everything I could. I don't have fleas or ticks. He gets internal medicine for that every month. I just don't know what else to do.
And does
for
he
him.
have a diagnosis of any sort of underlying health issue or anything?
No, he's always been perfect. The vet will just want to, give him antibiotics if there's a big breakout. And then a month or so later, it comes back. He hasn't really done any extensive tests just because it's not continuous. So I
So there's
figured
no
let's try the natural.
no endocrine disorder or anything like that?
Not that I'm aware of. He's
Okay.
almost 9, and this
You
just
know
came
what
up
I would
6 months ago.
what I would try is I would try actually mixing a little bit of spikenard in like some witch hazel or maybe some aloe vera or something, and mix it up really good, and then rub it in on the skin in the area. And it wouldn't even be that big of a dosage. A couple of drops in the witch hazel and really mix it up, and then rub it in, but do it daily and see how that treats it.
It's about 2/3 of his body.
Oh, wow. So boy, it's covering a big part of his body.
Yeah, it's
Try a
sporadic. It's not.
Just
It's
try
not
a
the whole
little
thing.
Yeah, try like a little patch and see how like one area responds. So that way you don't have to cover the whole body unless it works. Then if it works, then he's getting a rub down every day.
Okay, so it wouldn't be toxic if I gave him that much to where it would.
No,
Okay.
especially if it's the thing that's an issue for animals is you want to keep it away from his nose, just because he'll be kind of sensitive to it, more sensitive than people. And need applications on animals don't usually go well. It's usually quite irritating to their skin. And so always kind of mix it with something, a lot of times I use witch hazel just because it will dry up and not be a big issue. But you could use alcohol or you could use aloe vera. I tend not to want to use something like sesame oil or something like that, just because I want to leave their hair real greasy and stuff. So I try to use something that's like more water soluble and will dry up and not cause a mess.
Okay, so even though it dries up fast, it won't irritate the skin.
Yeah, you're
because it
still trying to
dries?
get it. Yeah, you're still trying to get it in the skin, and then when it dries up, it's in there and it's going to do what it's going to do.
Yeah, because he's had a couple of masses kind of show up too. Not too big, but they're hard around the rib area. So that
Do they
didn't
think
seem
it's
worried about it,
cancer,
but I
or
don't like it.
do they
What's
think
that?
you said masses like tumors?
Yeah, yeah.
Do they think it's cancer or is it just a growth?
No, he just thinks it's some sort of a growth, but
Yeah,
it
that
didn't
can
really
happen
show
with
up.
animals. Like
Okay.
they'll get weird like little fatty tumors or little cysts and little tumors, and
Okay.
because if it was on a person, they'd probably cut them off, but a lot of times the vets won't even like cut them off. So as long as they don't get too big or compromise physiology, then it just is what it is. But yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I would also pay attention to, since it's a shepherd, to the hips. And, I don't know if he's having hip issues or not, but you could put a little basil on the hips in the same way, just to keep the hips kind of loose and keep them tracking well.
Yeah,
he
because
having, is he
yeah,
having,
he has been the past year. We've gone on
Yeah.
so many trips, jumping in and out of the truck, in and out of the
Yeah.
truck, and I think it's taken
shepherds are
those toll.
predisposed to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just, as they get older, they almost all get them. Yeah.
So basil just straight?
Yeah. No, like in a carrier, like
That
in
also?
witch
Okay.
hazel or you know, aloe vera, something like that. For that, I'd probably do like witch hazel or alcohol.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
I wanted to say that your skin system is the only other system you've got that can throw out as much toxins as your kidneys.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, I
one
agree.
thing that I've used with that is a ginger tea. You take about a quarter, about an inch of fresh ginger, you grate it, you put it in about a quart of water, and it's better if it's purified water, not packaged in plastic. You heat it up and heat it for a while. Don't boil it, but just below boiling, and then cool it down. And as a carrier, you put some raw honey. If you heat raw honey, it'll cause inflammation, according to Ayurvedic. So they call it ama. So you put the honey in as the carrier. If you use sugars, or if you use ground ginger, it can be very overheating. So if you're got a temper, tend to inflammations and rashes and stuff, you don't want to use that because it'll increase that. So then you
And what are you doing this for? What are you doing this for? What are you doing this for?
You're detoxing by flushing through the skin.
Through the skin, gotcha.
So this is the tea, and then separately you heat up, put some water and put about a quarter cup of ground ginger in it. Heat it up for a little bit so it gets going, and you draw your bath and you put the water with the ground ginger in the bath, and then you drink the tea, get in the bath, and you soak for as long as you can, and you'll sweat. If you can do some movement in the water, it's even better. When you get out, you stay in as long as you can. When you get out, you wrap up in a cotton blankets or robes, and you'll sweat more. And I've used that also with people with kidney problems and with somebody who was on dialysis 3 hours a week because he came in, he had retained fluid and he was really worried. And the problem with that is they also can't they retain minerals because they don't throw them out. It doesn't go out with dialysis, so they usually get toxic because of excess of minerals. Well, it can go out through your skin. Okay. And so I put him in one of those baths. He wasn't supposed to drink more than a quarter cup of water a day. And so I got him to drink like a pint of the tea. And I did the whole, he stayed in there as long as he could. He got of the ginger bath and wrapped him up when he got out, and all the excess fluid was gone. But he lost a lot of that excess mineral that builds up. The other thing, since the ginger opens up your pores, you can also use ginger oil with a coffee bath, because coffee will break up and start to flush stuff in your pores. With the ginger will open up and the toxins will flow out.
Okay. Thank you.
And then we do have more questions as well here in the chat. What about metal implants, plates when working topically with oils?
Like in the, on the bones or on the joint?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. If you wouldn't mind.
I'm not sure what the question is. Like, I understand the physiology, but like, is there like concern about the oils in the, or there's pain, or maybe you could,
Paula, do you mind?
yeah, Paula, do you mind? Like, what are you wanting to address there? Is it?
It was a while ago, maybe she's gone now. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I'm going. all the way.
Greg, what about veterans who have metal like in their body for pain?
Like they have like screws or like a plate or something like that, and you're talking about pain management?
Yeah, pain management, but it's more like when I guess like they've been around explosions or something, and they
Yeah.
get metal that can't be removed because it's in an
Oh,
area
I
that's
see,
real.
I see, I see, I
Yeah.
see. Okay. I would treat that as incident pain, which in the pain section is, I want to say it's the pain relief antispasmodic. Let me look it up. Hold on. Yeah, pain relief antispasmodic. So I would tie that to like incident pain, you know, like if the person's sitting still, they're not going to feel a lot of pain, but then with movement, those pieces of metal will aggravate something. Same with like plates and screws and things like that. The more movement, sometimes the more pain that they'll be in. You can also have like bone on bone situations where that's the case, or like say a misalignment with one of the hips, like one of the hips can be farther forward or rotated. And so when the person's resting, they're fine. And then they get up and they start moving, then it starts to hurt. Sometimes they'll have like rods in their back and things like that. So I would treat that all as incident pain. And so pain relief antispasmodic is the blend, but let me give you some single oils to do with that. Wintergreen, helichrysum, or milfoil.
Thank you, Greg. It's that the acupuncturist guy that I go to, he was trying to do something like that, where he wanted like trying to create like a pain medicine for a lot of the veterans that he gets that have metal lodged in where areas that cannot be removed because they're like, you know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you know, and that also happens like with car accident victims where they have like rods or plates or screws put in places, and yeah.
Earlier, you were talking about using chamomile on the skin. Any chamomile?
What were we talking
Okay,
about?
helps to reduce inflammation and redness in the area.
Yeah, any of the chamomile should work for that. Yeah. German chamomile probably being the strongest, but any of them will work. If it's like a bug bite or something like that, you could probably get away with Roman chamomile, but yeah.
For bites, fire and ant bites, really difficult to treat with itching, burning, and pus. What is the best? I see the list, but
I would still probably do like lavender or chamomile. Like you could throw helichrysum in the mix, but usually the chamomiles work pretty good for that.
Would you apply the essential oils neat to burns?
To burns, yes, and to the bites, yes. Both would be neat applications.
On the eczema in the ear canal, can I use Kunzia in this area?
Yeah, I would put it on a Q-tip and then kind of get it in and rub it on the ear rather than going like this with the oil. If the oil gets like, there's times where I take a little bit of oil and I kind of swab it on the ear canal for like flush things out of that area, like energetic cleansing. But you don't want to get it down in the canal where it's hitting the eardrum and things like that. So put it on a Q-tip and then rub it in the hole there so you can control where it's going.
Greg, quick
Yeah, yeah.
question.
Mhm.
Deborah, I'm the one who posed that question. For
Mhm.
me, I have severe eczema in my ear.
Mhm.
And so I tried, from listening to your Q&A, tried helichrysum on a Q-tip because you said you could put it in open wounds. And I had some results from it, but it wasn't on your list. So
Yeah, I mean, helichrysum is an inflammatory, and if you're getting results for it, like keep doing it.
stick with it.
Like,
Okay.
Yeah. These are things that like I know work, but I mean sometimes there's other things that like if you experiment and you go, I got results, keep leaning into it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
You're so welcome.
Go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg, do you have a list or a reference someplace? So if we're looking for an oil that's soothing or an antispasmodic or trying to release stress or some lymph support, like a list or a guideline for those oils which might fall into that category?
I'm in the process of putting it together. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that would be
I'm trying to do like what we're doing here. We're doing like by conditions. I'm also doing it by like things that are diaphoretic, things that are antispasmodic, things that are anti-inflammatory, things that are like,
yeah.
So I'm in the process of putting that together, and that's going to be part of this booklet at some point.
Okay,
And
good.
so
Yeah,
like
that would be
sometimes
helpful
soon. And
for- that would be
so
helpful for us noobs. Yeah.
yeah, like I'm trying to make it so you guys could just look at it, and however you want to approach it, you could troubleshoot it from condition, from properties, from the oils themselves. And so we're going to just have like a big encyclopedia that we're making so you guys can just use as a treatment reference.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. And so I hope to have that done sometime soon. I work on it for a while and then I set it aside and then I work on it. And so, for me, it's a lot of times time management, and we're just trying to allot more time for me to be writing like that.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
You mentioned genitourinary somewhere maybe in there. It said Greg went too fast. I don't know. Is that
What
a
about
word?
it?
Maybe what oils, you might have talked about it. I don't know.
In the urinary tract, or?
I'm guessing so. It looks like it was.
Yeah, it was right at the end of the skin thing. What was the question though?
They just said you went too fast. So maybe repeat those oils or the application maybe.
For the infections or?
I don't know. Genitourinary. Maybe if you wouldn't mind, you can unmute, specify.
Hi. It
Yes.
was just the very last thing on the list in the book was
Genital urinary infections. Is
and
that what
you
you're
went,
talking about?
and you just said there were two of them that were better than the other ones, but you went by so fast I didn't get it written down.
Pine and terebinth.
Terebinth, that was
Yeah.
That's not in my vocabulary, and pine is, and so
Terebinth is pine wood, where pine is pine needles. Yeah.
okay, cool. Thank
Yeah.
you. That was, I was like, what?
Thank you for clarifying. I think Greg said something one time about using bay laurel to make a mouthwash. Am I
Yeah, sure.
remembering that
Yeah,
correctly?
yeah, you could do that. Sure, sure.
Would you add anything else?
The reason why I like bay laurel for a mouthwash is it's cleansing to the lymph nodes and it's cleansing to the throat. And so a little bit more for throat health rather than like mouth health. I mean, it's so good for the mouth. Bay laurel is one of the best antibacterial oils there is. I mean, it treats all kinds of bacteria. And then on top of that, to go down and to treat the lymph nodes down in the throat can be very helpful. And so you would use it as a mouthwash or gargle, you know, or just to swish it around like with a pulling effect. It would be good for killing the bacteria and then also cleaning up the throat a bit. Yeah, good memory.
How would we mix that mouthwash?
You know, whenever I've made it for myself is I take like vodka and I add water to it, probably about another 25% water. And then I put in, I mean, you can put in several drops. I'll tell you what I did. I dumped a whole 5 ml thing in like a 16-ounce thing. And I just shake it up every time and then, you know, put some in my mouth and then, you know, and kind of go for it like that. I don't swallow it. I just like, I like move it all around and then I gargle with it and everything and then and spit it out. Another way to do it is you could just have a cup by, you know, your sink and put a little bit of water in it and then just a couple of drops every time you're going to do it, and you can, you know, swish it around and then put it in your mouth. And so you could just do it with water like that. I think the alcohol makes it a little bit more penetrating into the gums, but you don't have to do it that way. You could just do it with water. I know sometimes people will do like a pulling thing where they take like coconut oil and put a little bit of essential oil in it and then put it in their mouth and then like swish it around for a little while to kind of detoxify the mouth and stimulate lymphatic movement. And again, I would probably do that with bay laurel. I mean, you could use a couple other things too, but bay laurel is a solid choice in that area. Cypress would probably be my other go-to one, just for detoxifying the gums and things. But you could do that for, you know, at first it might only be a couple minutes, but you could get up to like 10-15 minutes of doing that and then, you know, spit it out. And the people that have done that, they say that it makes everything feel a lot better up in the mouth. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Hey, Greg, if you're only using a couple of drops and with the water to swish around,
Mhm.
would it be beneficial to swallow it? Because bay laurel actually has a lot of good
After switching it
effects
around in your
internally.
mouth,
No.
I probably wouldn't. But if there's anything
Okay.
left, you could drink it. But like
Oh, right.
going,
Right.
you know, the idea is to like pull stuff out of your
Get it
mouth.
out.
And so like I would spit that out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Like, you know, you're breaking up like, you know, mucus and things that are in your mouth. And so I would spit that out. And then whatever's left, then you could drink that. Yeah.
Any ideas for treating chronic bladder infections?
Cranberry juice and then the pine and the terebinth. And then you could also go to cystitis where you're taking the clove internally.
What is the lobelia capsule for?
Relaxing the diaphragm.
If you take lemon internally, can you be out in the sun?
I never have seemed to have an issue with it. I have had a couple patients that had a little bit of a skin reaction, both with that and with St. John's wort out in the sun. And so I would say not in the direct sun, but like if you discontinue use, like in a day or two, it shouldn't be an issue. But if you're in the sun a lot, I probably would hold off on doing it, just because, you know, it causes this like weird kind of darkening thing that happens with the skin. And so, but if you stay covered up, it should be okay. But when it's hot, the last thing you want to do is wear long sleeves and go out like it's wintertime. So you can just do it when you know you're going to be inside or not in the sun a lot. Like if you're going to the beach or going to go outside and play Frisbee or something, then maybe the day before don't do it.
I like how your examples going out and
Yeah,
playing Frisbee.
Frisbee. The only reason I said Frisbee is there's all these signs around this little town of people
golf.
playing Frisbee golf. And so that's one of those things that I just, every time I go outside, there's all those Frisbee signs.
Was the internal lemon for rosacea?
No, rosacea was lavender on the face. Lemon was, we've talked about lemon for a bunch of things, but lemon would be for thinning the blood, treating the liver, normalizing mineral deficiencies, anemia, immune system, helping to diminish fluid retention. Yeah, so I'm not sure when we were talking about it, but I want to say it was probably when we were talking about edema and things like that. And so it can be helpful with that. You know, it's not the go-to thing, but sometimes you put a couple of different things in motion to make them all work better. You know, there's like blending oils in a bottle to make a blend, but sometimes you blend things, different applications on a person or in a person to produce a result, but they're not all in the same bottle. And so sometimes you're just building on a couple of things, trying to get a few things to work together to flush some things out of the body. So.
Go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Greg, since you brought this up, what oil do you recommend so we have enough energy to go run out and play Frisbee?
I can't hear you.
Sorry, will you move the mic a little closer to your mouth, Warren?
Sure. So since you brought this up, what do you suggest? Which oil do you suggest so we've got enough energy in our body to go out and play Frisbee?
Oh, enough energy to play Frisbee. Yeah. Frisbee oriented oils are usually cinnamon, cassia, time over, taking over like maybe several days or a week can increase energy levels. And one that you never think about with fatigue is actually Ravensara. Ravensara can be quite good for a little pick-me-up, like especially in the afternoon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How many drops of the oil would you put in, say, 2 ounces of a carrier oil?
For what are you trying to do?
To detox the skin.
So you're using it kind of like a lotion or?
Yeah, they said either oil or witch hazel.
Yeah, but like, so like with a carrier oil, there's the ointment where you're doing some very topical thing on an area, or you would do like a massage oil / lotion where you're covering the whole body. So it depends on which one you're doing. Like, what are you trying to do?
Whole body.
Whole body. So for like a 2 ounce bottle, again, it depends on the dosage, but like a 2 ounce bottle of massage oil, I'd probably put 25 drops. I mean, a lot of times in massage oils, like it would be 4 ounces, they do about 25 drops, so you're getting a little bit, but you're not getting a lot. But it's if you're going to start doing things, you might as well go therapeutic dosages. And so therapeutic dosages can be small dosages over a long period of time, or a bigger dosage depending on what you're treating. You're trying to detox the skin. You're putting in a massage oil. 20-25 drops for a 2 ounce bottle is pretty solid. But like, say if we switch gears and we say, okay, we're treating the skin, that's what we're going to do. We're going to set that aside. And now I want to make an ointment for the arthritis in my shoulder or elbow or knee or whatever it is. Then you would do 25 drops per ounce, like 20, 25, even 30 drops per ounce of the carrier oil. And so that's not meant for the whole body. That is a spot application that you're trying to do intense treatment with. And so the dosage would go up. But when you're trying to cover the whole body, you know, 25 drops is pretty liberal for 2 ounces. You know, if you think that's a little much, you can go down a little bit. But still, you know, if you look at when you put on that 2 ounces, that's going to be, I mean, depends on the size of your body, 3-4 applications of the whole body, maybe even more. And so that means you're only getting about 4 or 5 drops per application. And that's pretty gentle as far as the whole body is concerned. And so, you know, when I go in and get body work done, like a massage, I usually take in a 5 ml bottle and I say, use the whole thing. I'm not telling you guys to do that, but that's what I tell my massage therapist to do. Like, I want the whole bottle on my body. And so, you know, it's nothing crazy, but it's usually something anti-inflammatory, anti-spasmodic, yeah, anti-inflammatory, anti-spasmodic, or pain relieving. And so, you know, vetiver or something like that. And I also do I rotate the different blends from the Sandophon healing technique. Like one day I'll take one, and the next time I see him, I take the next one, and then the next one. And so I kind of do it that way as well.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Hey, Kathy.
Yesterday you had, we talked about herpes virus and you said lemon,
Mhm.
not quite a bit.
Mhm.
I was looking and I only have lemon supreme and lemon verbena.
Oh, boy, you have lemon supreme?
Yeah.
Double down on that one.
Okay, so I wanted to make sure I didn't need to order straight lemon or.
Yeah. Lemon supreme, like, so there's lemon, and then there's this really super fancy lemon that like all citruses came from basically 3 different citruses, like, you know, way back in the day. And one of them is this citrus called citron, and it is like lemon on steroids. It's amazing. I mean, it smells like a lemon drop. Like I smell it and it makes my mouth water because it's just like, God, it just smells like candy. And it is much more potent than regular lemon. The problem is there's not, because it's, you know, it's an old school fruit. It's an old school citrus, and nobody really knows about it or uses it. It's a very old school medical aromatherapy, and there's not even a lot of it that's like grown. And so the price has gone through the roof on it. I mean, it is actually more expensive right now than poplar.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, like where it didn't used to be that way. And so I kind of wait for the price to come down, because it was like 20% of that price, you know, years ago. And so if you have some of it, enjoy it. Like, you know, that's a blend of citron and lemon together. But
The lemon supreme or another one?
yeah, lemon supreme.
Okay.
Yeah.
So put a lot of I think you told me yesterday, like, let's see, what did you tell me? Oh, 6 to 8 drops in water 1 or 2 times a day.
Yeah.
So lemon supreme will be a good one for that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay, good. I don't know how I got it then. It sounds like it was.
We gave it away in one of the classes. It was part of a kit.
Okay.
Yeah.
That probably is how I got it. Mhm.
Yeah.
Did he say he's going to make a sudorific salt scrub?
Oh, I can. Well, I was already thinking about at least making it for myself. So I'll be glad to share it with you guys if you want. I had completely forgotten about that blend. That happens to me kind of often sometimes. And so I was gonna make a batch of it tomorrow, and so yeah, we can.
Oil pulling is great. Oh, but don't spit it on your skin. It clogs up. So don't swallow. Like there's
Yeah,
specific
yeah,
kind.
yeah.
Don't swallow.
Like any sort of pulling, gargling, anything, you're getting toxins out of it. I would just, spit it out. Yeah.
Would you clean a toothbrush with bay laurel?
Yeah, you could. I mean, it kills bacteria. It kills all kind. I mean, it's one of the few things that kills like staph and strep and all kinds of things. And so, yeah, we use a ton of bay laurel around here, like baths, gargles, like if the throat starts to feel a little funny. I put it on my back all the time just to open up the lymph nodes and strengthen the immune response. Yeah, you can go crazy with the bay laurel.
We don't have lemon supreme on the site.
No, I can't get the citron. Like the if you have it, enjoy it, but we don't have enough citron for me to make it again. So yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Great session, guys.
How about this? We'll take a break. We'll come back straight up on the hour in 15 minutes and we'll do psychotherapy. We'll do some psychological healing stuff. Hey, everybody. Thanks for coming back and joining us. So we're going to go to mid-page on page 39, psychological conditions. And so this is just like easy, quick treatments. This isn't in-depth psychotherapy or anything like that, but it's just like if you have a little bit of anxiety, if you have a little bit of anger, if you have a little bit of something pop up, it's a good starting point. Sometimes it's enough, and if we need to do more, well, we're gonna be doing things in greater depth. Remember, in July 9th and 10th, we're going to be on site in Birmingham, and we're going to be doing part 2 and part 3 of the self-esteem. It's a free class again to everybody. And so part 2 has to do with the social component of self-esteem, and it's tied to like emotional body and how we process emotions via the spine. And then part 3 has to do with like our physical self, how we present ourselves, even like possessions and things like that. And so it's tied to some instinctual responses that we'll be going through and addressing. So with the class that we're doing next week, it's inner healing, where it's, continuing on the deeper levels of psychological healing. We're kind of tying it into the free class with the self-esteem. And then after we do self-esteem, we're actually going to continue that kind of little free series, where after that we'll be doing some things on self-image and self-worth. And so that will be a continuing thing, as well as this is going to be a continuing thing, where we go through and talk about different conditions, and then even do a little bit more in-depth treatments and yeah, things of that nature. So anyway, psychological conditions. There's a lot of layers and a lot of depth when it comes to treating something psychologically. This is just like an acute situation, or how to do something like in the day or something. If there's long-standing issues, it's going to be a more evolved approach. Just like if we were dealing with more chronic or more serious health issues, it's not just a simple treatment, right? So this at least gives you an idea, gives you a starting point, and gives you some ways of doing maintenance and putting a Band-Aid on something. And sometimes that's all it needs. But if there's more, there's more, right? So acute anxiety, and you have several choices here. One that's really good that you wouldn't think of is Palo Santo. Palo Santo inhaled or a few drops taken internally can really knock out anxiety. I always like to do Palo Santo on the limbs, like dab it on the joints and then on the solar plexus, and a little bit up here on that spot where the neck and the shoulder kind of meet. Every once in a while, I'll put on the temples as well, a little inhalation. Palo Santo is a very good cleanser. It helps to release things like anxiety, lower emotions, things like that. But it also helps with stimulating the process of allostasis, which is your body going to a place of change or transition. So it actually works quite well for that. Some forms of anxiety are actually tied to the breath, where the breath is shallow and rapid. So things like hyssop are deepening to the breath. Spikenard will slow down the breath. Same with valerian. Vetiver is very calming to the body and to the mind, and so that can actually reduce anxiety. Lemongrass is good for regulating the sympathetic nervous system, which is tied to your fight-flight response. And rue is good because, for one, it helps pull you out of fight-flight a little bit, but sometimes there's energetic cords between you and other people that might be causing the anxiety. Rue actually helps you to disconnect the connection with people who might be causing some of your anxiety. Then there's kava kava. Kava kava is a central nervous system sedative. So it basically calms down the nerves. And you can inhale this, or you can take a few drops internally, and it's pretty calming. It's pretty soothing. Funny story. So, I traveled with a medicine man for a while from South Dakota, and we did some crazy things. We went to different places and did lodges and ceremonies and things like that. And being his protege, I got to go and do lots of different things with people that I would never even get to meet. And so one of the things that I got to do was I got to hang out with a bunch of medicine men from Hawaii, like we were on the Big Island. And so I think they're called kahunas, like the kahunas on the Big Island. And like white tourist guys do not get to see these guys. Like these guys are for locals. And so I got to meet these guys and hang out with them. But in that process, there were also some medicine men that were coming through that were from New Zealand, right? And so the guys from New Zealand, the medicine men from New Zealand, they did this the healing ceremony. The translation means like doorway to God, but basically they call it like a awa ceremony, which is basically we would ingest large amounts of kava that was fresh. And, your mind gets really super clear, but I was sitting there and doing it, and the medicine man like squeezes it and through a piece of cloth, and the juice goes into something, and somebody drinks it, and when they drink it, people clap 4 or 5 times, and we would chant something, and then the next person would do it, and then you kept doing rounds of it, and I was like, man, this is pretty mellow. It's really nice. I really like it. And then it was time to like, okay, now let's get up and take care of the lodge. I could not move my body. Right, it's a central nervous system sedative, and it just made my body so relaxed. I could not make my body move, and so that always stuck with me. So, over the years, there would be kava like CO2 extracts, and they're good. They're hard to work with because a lot of times CO2s are part liquid and part like physical material, and so they clog the bottles, there's all kinds of issues, right? And so I finally got this steam distilled kava, which is what we have now. And when I found it, I found the source, I had it tested, like I was super happy with it. I think I bought like 10 kilos of it. I was like, I'm never running out of this ever again, like, you know. And so I got it, and I was sitting there. It was like probably noon or 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was like, like, oh, it's got this nice mild smell, and you know, like when you get a new oil, I said, you know, you kind of smell it, and yeah, I knocked myself out, fell asleep at noon, and woke up at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Like it just boom, it just knocked me out. Like I remember kind of like opening my eyes and going, I'm gonna take a nap, and I laid down, and I mean I was out for like 12, 15 hours. And so I'm here to say Kava Kava works really well. You know, I had inhaled it quite a bit because I was like, oh, like it slows down your breath, and you know, I'm paying attention to what it does and what it's doing to the body and everything, and knocked myself out. And so if you have anxiety, you can inhale it. You can put it on topically, but inhaling or a couple drops in water, ingesting it, that's one where you could even bump up to 4 or 5 drops. I wouldn't go too much more than 4 or 5 drops. Bigger dosages can slow down the breathing, and really big dosages actually can start to be a little congesting to the liver. And so I would hold off on that, but 3, 4, 5 drops, you're pretty solid. You can use it consistently at that dosage. Aggravation of existing health issues. The big two here would be the poplar, but real sleeper is larch. Inhale, topical on the body, even a couple drops in water and drinking it can be very calming, very soothing. I actually get a large hydrosol, and I drink it quite often. Like I make a big glass of it, and like I chug it. And so agitation, blue tansy works really well for this. Kava Kava again, Melissa can work well, but it's also a bit pricey. One that I like here is the blue tansy. The blue tansy, like when you're feeling really agitated. The thing with blue tansy, especially like there's a regular blue tansy, and then there's dark blue tansy. Both will work, but it's very good for like responses. Like, you know, you have a pain response, you have a like a triggered response, you have like whatever it is, like it helps to calm down responses. And so Kava does it too. But Melissa, I would say works, but maybe works a little bit better for kids. And so that can be an issue. Anger. There's different kinds of anger. Like some anger actually comes from the immune system. Actually, there's certain kinds of allergies that can produce anger. One of the worst types of anger is actually allergies to sulfites. And then when you get exposed to sulfites, the person can get very angry. I've seen kids that have had allergies to corn and soy. And when they get it, they lose their mind. I mean, they just become like the Tasmanian devil. And it is because they're having this physiological response. And anger can be calmed down by a lot of different ways. Tarragon is very soothing, especially if you got triggered by something. But a lot of times, if there's just, sometimes anger just pops up and you don't know why. A lot of times that's physiological. The different chamomiles can work actually incredibly well for that. Chamomile and Davana, which is, it's in the Artemisia family. It's a more of a flowery smell, but it's not as sweet as like say jasmine or rose. It smells like a weird cousin of some flower or something. You know, Artemisia, any of the Artemisia plants, you can think of it like this. So that's like mugwort, artemisia, tarragon, davana. What are some of the other artemisias? There's a few more. Oh, isn't it wormwood and absinthium? They're very good for chaos, like just any sort of chaos. You know, they grow in kind of a chaotic way. They're very good at managing chaos and chaotic responses, things like that. And so Davana would be very good for those situations where it's chaotic and, you know, the tendency is for you to get a little upset or get a little pissed off or something. You know, you have a weird work thing going on or some dynamic in the family. I would keep chamomile or Davana around, kind of handy. Anula, just because it deepens the breath, but I usually go chamomiles with anger. Tarragon, if you got triggered, like, you know, something happened and it was very upsetting that you may got angry about. Tarragon will calm you down, but chamomiles will really calm down just the anger component, especially if it's immune oriented. Being annoyed. Jasmine works, Lang Lang works. I would say annoyance is kind of interesting. It's a little bit of an issue with people who are super educated. You know, anybody can get annoyed, but when I do stuff around a lot of academics, not every academic has this issue, but they have this issue sometimes where, you know, they're so smart and they're talking about something and sometimes people can't keep up and they'll get kind of annoyed at it or and so in those circles, like when we would be doing work with psychology groups, you know, it's a lot of, you know, everybody's a PhD and everybody's like really into their theory. And if you kind of can't keep up with what they're talking about, they get a bit annoyed. And so one of the things that we would do is I would diffuse, actually, I think it was diffusing jasmine. And it was just to make everybody a little bit softer about everything, a little bit more tolerant. So anxiety, there's a bunch of choices here. All of them are pretty solid. Sometimes with anxiety, you got to experiment to see which one works for you. Acute anxiety means like something that's happening here, like this. Regular anxiety would be more long-term. One that, you know, there's lots of oils that we've talked about here, but one that's really good for anxiety and also can be good for depression is embret, which is hibiscus seed, right? Hibiscus seed, but the essential oil form of it is embret, and very good for treating depression, very good for anxiety, very good for deeper psychological things. And so lower emotional responses, again, blue tansy. Rose can be exceptionally well. Acacia, you know, it's a bit pricey, but it does work. Acacia is actually the wood that the Ark of the Covenant is made out of. You know, so it's considered a holy wood or a sacred wood in certain traditions. And so very stimulating to the intuitive side of your mind. Very, very stimulating. Confidence, cinnamon, cassia give you a little bit more of a thicker skin and make you more extroverted. Jasmine just makes you feel pretty solid on your feet and it's very fortifying and makes you not take everything so serious, which kind of gives you a level or degree of confidence.
Did you just skip cognitive function or did I?
Yeah, I was just jumping over stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so jasmine can be very nice for this. I actually really like jasmine for stimulating confidence, especially used over a period of time. It can be very helpful for for strengthening confidence levels. Confusion, depression. Again, cinnamon, like there's different kinds of depression. Some are psychological, some are physical depletions. Think of depression as the psychological form of it is too much inward looking, too much introspection, not enough outward expression. So cinnamon and cassia really shine here. If it's just that, like there's really a lot of hurt, a lot of upset feelings, rose or ambrit is very, very good. St. John's wort is always good for depression. You know, it's been studied to treat depression. And part of why it works really well is it's a blood purifier for one, but two, it releases emotions and lower mental thoughts. Despair, I think that's pretty straightforward. Disgust, yeah, I think that's pretty straightforward. Dreams, yeah, anytime you want to stimulate dreams, all of those are solid. Artemisia, mugwort, clary sage, osmanthus, saffron, everything's pretty solid there. One of the best oils for exhaustion is absinthium. The cinnamon, cassia, tamala are all forms of cinnamon where they're strengthening the body, but just to rehab the body from exhaustion, absinthium is just amazing. Very calming, soothing to the nerves, very fortifying without being stimulating. Fatigue, fear. Cistus works for fear, and Ambrit works really well for fear. Palo Santo works really good for fear, both the fruit and the wood. I find it very interesting is I did a thing for a while where I was treating people with OCD, and we'd have them take a couple drops of Palo Santo daily and then inhale it. And we actually were able to reduce their OCD tendencies. They didn't completely go away, but they reduced substantially within a few weeks of treatment, which is, OCD is actually quite hard to treat. And so that we were able to use just a single oil with a single application without an involved process to go through and do it. I was pretty happy about that. Frustration. There is nothing better for frustration than lang lang. The thing with frustration is frustration, if left unchecked, eventually turns into anger. And so if you're starting to feel frustrated, you got to nip that. You got to nip it in the bud before it flowers into something anger, like anger or something. Grief. Ginger lily works pretty good. Rose is really solid here. A lot of times when people have grief issues, we go over to one or the other. There's also the blend, sadness and grief. It's a more cost-effective way of treating it that's just as good as the single ones. So guilt, I tend to use the clary sage, but higher emotions, that's a re-educational process. Hurt feelings, again, rose is probably the solid choice there. Hypochondriasis, basically it's basically like hypochondria, like, you know, where you think, you know, I made the joke, like, you know, you start reading all these conditions and you go, I have that, I have that, I have that, I have that. I have sickle cell anemia and I'm white, which is really weird, you know. Basically it's the tendency to fixate on health issues and then start to be concerned that other health issues are also present, or that your existing health issue is escalating and getting worse. But basically it's like a unhealthy fixation on the health issue. And so very common, by the way, with pain syndromes, you know, because you start really evaluating like, well, this is happening and that's happening and this might be getting worse or this might be aggravating it. You know, you get fixated on it because you want the pain to go away. But part of it is the pain itself actually starts to produce hypochondriasis in your physiology actually over a period of time. It's usually about 30 days out, but if you're not aware of it, you start going down that road just because you're trying to reduce the discomfort and the pain. And so larch works really well. Poplar is amazing for this. Siberian fir also good. Pretty solid. Hysteria and tantrums. It could be an adult, could be in a child. Kind of doesn't matter. Just hit them with chamomiles. Chamomiles usually will help calm them down, soothing to the nerves, soothing to the emotional body, can be helpful. Intuitive mind, this is a re-education process. That's several steps. Loneliness. I remember somebody kind of making this comment one time. I don't know, it was a small circle of people. We were all hanging out, and somebody said to somebody, do you ever feel lonely? And the person was not joking. They said, only around people. And that just kind of goes to show like a certain kind of level of disconnect, or sometimes it's being too critical of yourself or too critical of the situation. And I would say this is a little bit of that self-confidence thing, the confidence. And, when you feel good about yourself, you can be in situations where maybe you don't know what's going on, or it's a little bit of an uncomfortable situation, and you just kind of go with the flow of things rather than feeling isolated and going into your inner world. The thing with jasmine is it makes you a little bit playful with yourself, like not be so serious. It can make you a little bit playful with things going on, changes, the environment, things like that. Jasmine, I mean, you can get green tea that has a little bit of jasmine in it, and jasmine shouldn't really be taken internally, by the way. You inhale it, you put it on the skin, that's the best. But sometimes you can get green tea with jasmine in it. Little known fact, that was Master Choa's favorite tea, green tea with jasmine, and he was inhale it, and then he would drink it. And so part of it is because, especially when you're serious or you have a lot of responsibility, it can make you a little bit more lighthearted. Just a side note, like the ones that knew Master Choa or know of him, he's a spiritual teacher. Especially in the earlier days, he had, a sense of humor. But those last few years, he was really trying to get a lot done, and he was always pretty serious. And I remember a couple people laughing in front of him, and he made this like kind of heartbreaking statement. He was just like thinking out loud. He goes, "It must be nice to laugh." But he was like, I remember what it was like. And it was just, he had so much responsibility on his shoulders that he just, everything was always managing these serious situations. And he just didn't get to have time to laugh like that. I had his health issues, and then trying to manage all these different situations, and people were fighting, and if you find yourself in that situation, jasmine can be a godsend. I'm Capricorn, so I have the tendency to get too serious, and so whenever I feel myself being overly serious, I break out the jasmine. And I just remember, like a couple months ago, I was on a jasmine kick. Like it was like I was being a little too serious, so taking myself a little too serious, so I had to lighten up a little bit, and so good for that. Melancholy, Melissa is probably your best bet here. jumped over lower, purifying lower emotions. St. John's wort is very good for flushing things out. Gilead is what was made for this. Mastic is also good. Mastic is also an anointing oil. They used it in the old days for things like that, so it can be very good. Mental strain, I think you got moodiness. Moodiness is, I think, pretty explanatory. Bluegrass, the African bluegrass works amazing for this. We use this a lot actually for kids. You know, you got a moody kid at home, meet your new best friend. Start diffusing this, and you know, it's nighttime, it's time to go to bed, and they're pitching their little fits and everything. You start diffusing the bluegrass, and it's a game changer. Sometimes this sounds also weird. Sometimes the moodiness is actually tied to toxicity in your skin. And so with adults, a lot of times I have them go through and clean up the skin a little bit and do the bluegrass, and moods can change quite substantially. Postpartum depression, you know, this is post having a baby. A lot of times this is tied to lack of sleep and being depleted, hormone imbalances, things like this, kinds of fatigue. So jasmine, neroli works, but jasmine is my go-to thing there. Resentment. Poplar is amazing for this, but it's also pricey. One that is a sleeper for resentment, you would never think of it, wintergreen. Good old-fashioned wintergreen. Man, works really super good. Sadness, pretty straightforward. Shock. So shock is anytime something substantial happens and kind of knocks you out of balance or knocks you off your feet. Shock can be, you know, getting into an accident, somebody yelling at you. Sometimes there's low-grade shock where you just had a stressful day in your home and you're a little bit like emotionally frazzled, but you wouldn't recognize it as being frazzled. Here's one that you wouldn't think of. Deep meditation can actually cause a little form of shock. And so I went through a phase that after I came out of deep meditation, I rubbed tarragon on my feet. And oh man, it just, you don't even realize that tension is there until you rub the tarragon on your feet. And then you're like, oh God, that feels so good. So you can inhale it. You can put a couple drops of the tarragon in water and drink it. Inhaling is usually enough. But in really severe cases, I actually have people rub it on the bottoms of their feet. If you put tarragon on your wrist, sometimes it's a little bit sensitizing. So you got to do it on a part of the body where the skin's not sensitive, or put it in like massage oil or lotion. So the way that I look at it here is, you got a bottle in your pocket or somewhere near you and something happens, you know, you might not have the time to go around and look for like a massage oil or a lotion. So inhale it, a couple drops in water and drink it, or rub it, like put it in the palm of your hand and then rub 3 or 4 drops on the bottom of each foot, and then just be still. And I mean, it is so soothing. Oh my God, it's so soothing. It calms down the emotions. It calms down the reaction to whatever the event was. And even if it's just, you're not upset, but somebody got upset at you, that still agitates you. That still agitates your body. And so inhale the tarragon. And remember when we were talking about acute pain yesterday, like even an injury where you twist an ankle or something, if you sit and inhale it, I mean, it mellows everything out, and it takes the pain from an 8 to a 4 within just a few minutes. So think of it as like calming down the pain response, and the pain response could be your physical pain or emotional or psychological pain. Somebody getting upset at you, you getting upset, there's something happening that causes you a bunch of stress, some event, you know, happening that's a bit traumatic, you know, whatever it is, tarragon is super helpful. Like if you had just like 15 or 20 oils and you carried them around in a bag and like those were your go-to things wherever you went, tarragon should be one of them. Like definitely tarragon should be one of them. Stress responses. Galbanum makes this list because galbanum reduces the stress in your limbic responses. Translation is, it's tied to like emotional learning and how much things imprint on the emotional body and things like that. Not so much for just stress in general, but you could go back to like pain. Like if there's physical pain or psychological pain, galbanum helps to calm that down and helps to have expansion of consciousness awareness. So it's actually in quite a few anointing oils because it has the ability to have expansion of a consciousness and awareness in like healing and meditation, spiritual practices. But here it gets a pretty strong honorable mention. Just straight up lavender is pretty solid for stress. Basil is very good for reducing the effects of stress and stimulating your mental processes that have been hampered by stress. So basically, basil is a cerebral stimulant and makes your mental processes work better. And when you're under lots of stress, think of it like this: stress is a great magnifier and magnifies existing conditions, and it also makes body processes shut down, and it also makes you emotionally, mentally shut down. Like if you look at what is procrastination is the byproduct most times of a lot of stress, and just makes it difficult for you to get up and get things done. And so it's just a lot of accumulated stress, a very agitated stress response that then translates into you not being able to get things done. So to go through and re-educate the stress response, there's some oils there that are listed. Trauma, poplar is amazing for trauma, especially releasing trauma from the limbic responses, which again goes back to your emotional learning and things like this. Also from the physical body. Helichrysum also, helichrysum helps trauma get integrated into the heart and helps you move past the traumatic event. Like, how sometimes, one time I was talking to a patient, somebody I was working on, and they were talking about one of their parents passing away. And we were talking about it, and the way that they were talking about it, it sounded like it had happened in the last, like, say, month or two. And so, I was listening to the story and everything, and then I started asking them a couple questions. And then I asked them, well, like, how long ago did they pass? Like, was it last month, a month before? It had been 12 years. And that is not saying that with any judgment. It's saying it just shows sometimes when we have a traumatic thing happen, we get like a piece of us can get stuck in the trauma, but sometimes a lot of our psyche gets caught up in the trauma and we can't move past it. It feels like it's still happening in the moment. And if you listen to that person talking, it's as if it had just happened. Like, that's the nature of trauma. Is it like when you're in it, it feels like it's still happening or it just happened. And so helichrysum helps you move past the event and be able to process it and start moving on. And so a lot of times in dealing with trauma, we try to do things about getting things into the heart. But at some point when they're able to start getting things in the heart, helichrysum is the thing that's going to make them move past whatever it is. And it doesn't mean ignoring it. It doesn't mean suppressing it, but it just means not caught in the situation so that it feels like it's still happening now, even though it might have happened 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years down the line. And so it could be something that happened to them. It could be something that happened to a loved one. We were trying to use helichrysum in some of the situations with the shooting situations back when I was still doing therapy with those kinds of groups. And if we could get them in at that point of therapy, it usually would help. But yeah, we couldn't always get them there. And so anyway, so unregulated emotions, the blue tansy probably works best there. You can inhale it, but for this, I usually do a couple drops internally. So, oh, I thought there was more. Okay, so let's open it up to Q&A for psychological things. I mean, you can ask anything, but let's maybe focus on psychological things for a little bit. And we'll be adding more to this at some point, but I thought this was just a good starting point of, like, you know, anger, frustration, fears, you know, real basic things where it's not some involved process or involved pattern where you're breathing, but just something you can inhale and go from there. So yeah, go ahead and fire away.
Go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg, you went past number 33, which is something that I experience a lot, restlessness.
Okay, yeah.
Talk to me about restlessness.
Let me look at what I got there. Which one is it? Restlessness.
Number 33.
Right.
Page 44.
So, restlessness can be, it could be a couple of things, right?
Okay.
Restlessness can be agitation in the body, you know, where you just can't get comfortable, you're feeling a little fidgety. You know, sometimes that's the nervous system. And like if it's just agitation in the body, sometimes that's actually like tied to the immune system. And one of the things that I've used for that is blue healer. Like I put a bunch of blue healer on the back and it just calms everything down. Like it just calms it down. I don't know that it's so much like it's calming to the emotions, but it's more of just like the agitation in the body that then starts to agitate the emotions and kind of agitate the mind. Because a lot of times that's what happens is it's the body, then it's the emotions, and then it starts to affect the mind.
Okay.
Then there's a type of restlessness that is, this happens especially if you're doing healing, if you're doing ceremony, if you're doing meditation, if you're doing reflection. Sometimes something is coming out of you. You know what I mean? Like it's coming to the surface. I mean, this can happen with talk therapy too, where it's coming to the surface. It's not there, but it's like it's something is coming from deep. You know what I mean? That's where the inbred or the narcissist works really super well for that.
Okay.
And so usually that is not long lasting, right? So if it's a long lasting restlessness, I would probably go to the blue healer and say that that's probably some agitation in some part of your physiology. If it's something coming from down deep, like within a week or two, maybe 3, it like kind of passes, like it comes up because it, you know, it's coming up in your sleep, it's coming up in your interactions. You're just not able to get comfortable, it's just a deep kind of release. Like usually it's coming eventually out of the spine. So the inbred and the narcissist are very good for helping that because they both shove you over into more of the intuitive mind, and you stop like kind of unconsciously fighting it, and it just lets it up and out. You know, and a lot of times when it comes up and out, you're not even really aware of what it is or that you have to process something, but so much of us is used to managing it that we don't like to let it necessarily come up. You know, it's again, your physiology is kind of playing a role in that. And so it just allows it to come up and out. And a lot of times, like most people don't even know what it was about. Like it's just some weird, uncomfortable thing. You know, you kind of do this thing sometimes where you release things from the inner world and you're not really super aware of what it is. And I don't know that you need to be, you know.
Yeah.
If you recognize it, great. And if you don't, oh well, you know. But if you're having consistent restlessness, I would actually go to, instead of those two, I would do blue healer, and I would put I would take it out of the bottle. Don't even do the liniment. Take it out of the bottle and put like probably 25 drops on your back. Neat. And it's blue. So
Yeah,
have somebody
25
rub it
drops on the
in
spine.
on the spine, on the back muscles, just like cover the whole back, like just 25 drops, kind of spread it all around and then have somebody rub it in. And, keep in mind that it's going to change the color of whatever shirt you're wearing. So put on some old t-shirt or something. And the times that I've had it done to me, I'm laying face down. That's usually how I sleep. Like, I mean, it's so relaxing and so quick that I do it laying on the bed because I am not going to get up and move. And so if you're feeling like extra agitated or something, or like agitated is not even the right word. It's just like fidgety, like you just can't get comfortable, you're
Well,
flopping
that,
around
yeah,
like a
and that,
fish,
see,
and it's just like a weird little fidgety thing. A lot of times that's immune slash like neurological. And
okay.
so the blue healer just calms that stuff down.
All right. So for a long time, I've had I'm looking at restlessness because I haven't seen anything else I would call what I've been experiencing for a long time.
Mhm.
Namely, I have trouble paying attention. I can look at something for a while, I can do it for a little while, and then it's like, okay, I have to put this aside and have to go do something else.
Huh. Okay, so you could try the blue healer. I would probably also try taking basil internally for the mental stimulant. And
Okay.
then I would also go up to, I don't even know if I covered it, confusion. And confusion it's not like, it's just basically like you have a hard time sometimes like processing something. And it's just like something's not connecting in the brain. And like you said, you walk away from it and you come back and sometimes you can process it, but it's like in the moment, it's like a little, maybe too much.
Yeah.
Petitgrin works amazing for that.
Okay.
Petitgrin works really well for that. You can inhale it. When I have that issue, a few drops in water and I drink it, and I mean, it just knocks it out.
Okay.
Everybody has it, but like sometimes we have it in certain circles, we have it in certain areas where we get it, or it can be a byproduct of fatigue. It could be that the mind is getting overwhelmed, or that it's so different than what you were expecting, like you're having a hard time kind of processing it.
Mhm.
And sometimes it's just like a little bit of brain fatigue. And so like if it's brain fatigue, I mean, the basil can help, but one of the things that I do just as maintenance from time to time for brain fatigue is most of the regular sages are helpful, like regular sage, Dalmatian sage, but there is a sage, what's it called? Triloba, which is from the Greek, is it Greek islands? Did I say it was Greek or Turkey? I think it's Turkey, actually.
Yeah.
It comes out of Turkey, like real close to the ocean.
Yeah.
And so it's this really kind of soft sage, and it is one of the best things for treating brain fatigue. Like when you have, and brain fatigue can be from poor lymphatic function, it can be from infection, immune issues, can be from overwork, it can be from pain, overexcited sensory nerves. And the thing that's nice about sage is that it strengthens the brain and it also calms down the sensory nerves. And remember, sensory nerves start firing more rapidly when the lymphatic system is congested. So you could have a little bit of inflammation in the body and all of a sudden the sensory nerves start firing more, and boom, within a short amount of time, you're starting to have brain fatigue.
Okay.
And so, I tell this story from many years ago where I know this guy, he's a real sharp guy. He's real super mental, I'd say lower mental. like, very detail oriented your everyday mind, like that's this guy. And he blew his knee out. Like he was on the dance floor, and I don't know, he injured his knee, and like about 2 weeks later, I got a message that he blew his knee out, and I gave him some advice, and and then I didn't hear from him for like 2 or 3 weeks. And then I got this message from him, and it said, "I need help, 911." And so, I call him up and say, "Hey, what's going on? Where's your pain levels? What's the pain? And like, what are you doing that's aggravating the pain?" And he was just quiet. He goes, "That's not why I'm calling you." And so like, I'm like, "Oh, okay, so what is it?" And he goes, "I can't think straight. I can't form a thought. Like my mind is not working." And I was like, "Oh, I didn't think of that as like a 911. Like, I'm thinking something like, the knee's getting unstable. He's going to need surgery. He's in an immense amount of pain." He goes, "No, I can't think straight." And so in like 2.5 weeks, it was almost 3 weeks, he was already experiencing significant brain fatigue from the pain, like the pain and the inflammation. And so, we had to do a little bit more aggressive therapy for reducing the pain and the inflammation. But then the flip side of it is we gave him big dosages of sage over a period of time to calm down the sensory nerves and to strengthen the brain. And within a couple of days, he was back on track. I did augment with Petitgrin, I did augment with basil, but the big push there was the sage.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, because that's the same thing. He was not being able to process things. He was getting confused. And so, whenever you're having that, I would look at sage as a potential, because it's calming down the sensory nerves, and it's fortifying to the brain. It's not necessarily stimulating to the brain. It's just like strengthening, like it fortifies it, where basil is like a stimulant, like it is going to make the brain work better. Not so much.
I don't want my brain to go any faster, because that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
It's like, my brain gets into like, we hit second gear and nitrous oxide pops in, and whatever I was doing isn't it. I got to be someplace else.
Okay. So with that, mental
overstimulation
processes that cause fatigue, that's basil. Basil's super helpful for that.
Okay.
The other one that's a little bit of a sleeper for that is big dosages of lavender. Like put like 20-30 drops like on your wrist and just like rub it together like this. Inhale it, even a few drops internal, and it will take out the mental exhaustion that's from processing information, or just a brain that's too active.
Okay.
But basil will also do that.
All right.
Yeah.
Great. I got lavender. I'll use lots.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
You're so welcome.
Go ahead, Helen.
Hey, Ellen.
Hey, hi, Greg.
Hey, how are the fires out there?
Well, I think they're doing much better. We've gotten a lot of rain in the last 3 days.
Yeah.
And I looked at the map today.
Season.
What? Monsoon, yeah.
Season, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so I looked at the map today, and there was just one tiny little dot of yellow on the map that was just the huge fire. And I'm not sure about the other ones, but it's such a relief.
Okay, good.
So yeah, and thank you so much for all of your.
That was crazy. That was crazy,
Yeah.
crazy. How long did that go on? Almost 2 months?
Yeah, it started in April.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Oh.
yeah, but I really do think that everybody's prayers and concerns about that really made a difference.
Yeah.
So thank you. So my question is really actually about an oil that's not on the list. It's not,
Sure.
And it's my favorite oil. And it's actually, you can only get it as an absolute or an infusion, but it's vanilla. And
Oh, yeah.
incredibly
Who doesn't love
soothing.
vanilla? Yeah,
I
I
couldn't
know.
live without it.
Yeah.
So,
We have an oleo resin of vanilla that we have around here. Yeah, vanilla doesn't have like a ton of therapeutic uses other than it's delicious and smells super good. So my favorite thing is to mix vanilla with sandalwood. Mm, my God,
wow.
it is
Okay.
just, it makes my mouth water. Yeah, there's some therapeutic uses for vanilla, but not tons.
Mhm.
But it does give like a sense of well-being. It makes you feel good. I would say that it also is good in attracting people around you, like attracting like a potential partner, or you know, you're on the dating scene or whatever. A little like sandalwood, nutmeg, vanilla with a little like mandarin or something in it. It goes a long way. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't thinking about that. I find it incredibly soothing.
Yeah,
And
it's very soothing.
absolutely love it. Yeah. So,
Yeah, like if you ever like it's an interesting thing for me to watch sometimes. Like I used to have this one client that just like you, like they just love vanilla. So I made them this like blend, and it was at one of the classes with Master Cha, and I gave them some, and they put it on, and they rubbed it on, and then I was watching them, and they'd be talking to people, and you could see people, and like they'd be talking, and they turn their head, and people would go, and they'd take like a step in closer, and then you know, then they would just behave normal, but it was like drawing people into them, and I was like, boy, that's vanilla right there for you.
all right. Well, I'll put that on my wish list. So
Yeah.
thank you.
we have it. We have like a real high end. There's some not quite as high end forms of it, but the most premium form of vanilla comes out of Madagascar, and so usually when I get it, I go big and get Madagascar vanilla. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let us know when you have some.
Oh, we have it.
You have it?
I'm kidding. That's Samantha, one of Samantha's favorite oils. So we always have some around just because of that. So
Okay. Thanks.
if you need it, let me know. And if you want me to make a blend of something, you know, let me know and I can do it for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Please list procrastination if possible.
Oh yeah, I didn't make the list, did it? Yeah, I'll do it later. That was all a setup for that joke, by the way. Procrastination, some of the best oils for procrastination are thyme, cinnamon, cassia, tamala. Usually it's a byproduct of prolonged periods of stress or agitation in the body. Sometimes you need to go through and calm down some of the agitation, but usually cinnamon will kick you out of it, you know, out of the procrastination. Yeah. That joke still makes me laugh, and I've probably done it 100 times.
Greg, this is Laura.
Hey.
With procrastination, with cinnamon and cassia and thyme, would you take it internally?
You could take it internally, and actually that's one of the times where you could also just diffuse it in the environment. Like if somebody, like say you're in the workplace or you're at home, or like in the morning you get up and you know, stick it in the diffuser as you're getting ready for the day, that could be enough. But if you feel that it's not kicking in, then a couple drops internally. Long term, like if you really feel there's like a long-term issue, cinnamon and cassia aren't the greatest for long-term treatments just because they run so hot. And so I would use some of the softer, more gentler forms of thyme, like thyme linalool, thyme thuyinol, geranol, benchmark thyme, you know, something like that, where it's kind of strengthening and fortifying. If you do have an autoimmune issue, you could use Moroccan thyme. That still would be in the vein of that. But you're looking at over several days to even a week or two of treatment for it to unwind the procrastination. And procrastination is almost like a certain kind of really specific kind of fatigue. And so you're strengthening and fortifying the body when it comes to that. And so if you feel that the procrastination is I mean, sometimes people procrastinate not because they're stressed out, but you see sometimes people like who are just their heads in the, like they're up in their head or their heads in the clouds and they're not very grounded. Like they have a lot of ideas, but they can't get them done. They just can't bring the mental ethers down into the emotional body and the mental body. For that, I would use vetiver. It's basically, it helps pull you down from your mental body into the physical body. Doesn't work for all forms of procrastination, but it's more of a personality type. Like if somebody is like I said, like head in the clouds, or they have lots of ideas, but they can never get things done. They're just not like kind of grounded enough. And so vetiver can be helpful for that.
I was thinking of getting one of those cutie oranges and putting the pill and rubbing it on my skin tag. Would that help? With skin tags?
Orange doesn't necessarily work for skin tags. It's thuja or tea tree.
Go ahead, Rob.
On the vetiver for the not grounded, is that inhale or neat on the feet or?
Inhaling actually can work, but sometimes you want to get it like on the skin. So you can just put it like on the wrist and have them rub it together, or a little bit on the chest. You could rub it on the feet, but I'd like them to like be able to inhale it.
Okay.
So sometimes, because it's so thick, I'll take it, like I'll take the cap off, I'll kind of do like this so that it comes out easier, and then go like that.
Yeah.
And even then you have to hold it upside down for a minute because it can get real thick. And then I'll put it on the nose like that and let it be there.
Okay.
And that way they're inhaling it for a while, and then you can still rub some on their feet.
Okay. Cool. Thanks.
You're so welcome.
Number 12, Despair has strawberry flower. The website has straw flower. Are they?
Yeah,
the same?
it's supposed to be straw flower. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, straw flower. There is actually a strawberry leaf absolute, but yeah, it doesn't have a lot of therapeutic properties, and it smells like cut grass. It's like it's a funky. It's supposed to be straw flower. Yeah, my bad there.
I'm noticing a lot of times Greg says apply the oil to the back. Is that to affect the spine?
The spine and also just the back muscles, but it's a great way to put big dosages on the body is hitting the backside and the torso, but you are affecting the spine quite substantially. Yes.
Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
I'm sorry. I wanted to ask about brain fatigue, because I think that goes
Sure.
with procrastination. I think I get, yeah.
Yeah, there's procrastination, but there's also like a mental procrastination. And so that would very much be brain fatigue, but brain fatigue could also translate into like physical procrastination. So sometimes, procrastination is a little bit of I don't want to say a difficult one, but part of it sometimes over a period of time also can just become a habit.
Right.
Like you just get used to it, and like, at one point, like I'd say, like in myself, I had areas where, man, I could get things done, and then I had these areas that I would just procrastinate like nobody's business. And I think it had been like years of stress that had turned into a habit, and I needed to undo it. And so it's very interesting because if you look at it from an energetic point of view, procrastination is a small basic chakra, and so what I started doing was that I started, like, every time you have something that needs to be done and you get up and you take care of it and you do it, or you get things done at work or whatever it is, right? You're taking care of business. You're making the basic chakra bigger and stronger. It's like a muscle. So like if you're lifting weights with it, it's getting bigger and stronger. And every time you go, I'll do it later, you're actually making it shrink. And so one of the things that I realized that in the morning when I would wake up, I had this little routine where I would hit the snooze button. And if I hit it twice, I got up, I'd have a little bit of a slow morning, but I could get going and then I was good. But if I hit it 3 or 4 times, I got nothing done that day.
Wow.
And so I was like, that's kind of weird. I got a little extra rest in the morning. I don't know what that's about. And so I started scanning, and every time I would hit the snooze button, my basic would shrink, and then it would shrink again, and then it would shrink again. And I just had this realization of, I set the alarm so that I can like have a couple little snoozes and like pretend sleep in the morning to just let myself wake up kind of slowly. And that thing of putting it off was actually causing more problem than help. And so I stopped doing that, and I did this thing where any little task, like if the garbage needed to be taken out, I took the garbage out, like just right then and there, not like I'll wait till morning, I'm going to do it now. If there was a piece of paper on the ground, I picked it up and I walked it over to the garbage can, just like little tiny things. And those little tiny things kept making the basic chakra bigger and stronger and bigger and stronger. And then eventually I found that I wasn't procrastinating in the different situations anymore. And so basically what I did is I didn't wrestle with it in the particular area. I just wrestled with it like, if there's something in front of me, I'm just going to get it done, especially if it was something simple and easy. Instead of going, I'll put it off till morning or until this or that, I was just like, nope, going to take care of it right now. Even if I was tired, I would just go, ugh. And I did it only for like maybe a couple of months. And it dramatically changed that. And, as time went by, it didn't mean that you couldn't delegate things and give things to somebody else or go, no, morning is the appropriate time for me to do this, not now. I need to stay focused on what I'm doing or whatever. But it was more of a choice rather than putting it off because I was tired or I didn't want to or something like that. It was like, nope, it's scheduled to be like this. I'm sticking to my schedule, like if that makes sense. And so it became easier to be more defined about that and like stick to it. And delegating doesn't make your basic chakra smaller, but not doing it because of fatigue or you don't want to, that definitely makes things shrink quite a bit. So the cinnamon helps you to take action. The time can help you. It takes a little bit more treatment before that sets in. And then if, again, the person's not super grounded, the vetiver can. But if it's a little bit more of like mental procrastination, I would probably say maybe basil.
Basil.
Basil would be good. Rosemary could be good. I mean, sage definitely helps with the brain fatigue, but it doesn't make you like a mental go-getter. It just kind of strengthens the brain. The mental go-getter part is like the basils, the different basils.
Well, I'd say it feels like right now where I'm at, probably because of the stress I was under for even this surgery. And then my son's gone off his antipsychotic medications. Okay. My brain's very tired. It's just very, very tired.
That I would do sage. Like,
okay, there you go.
Between the surgery and you got a bunch of stuff going on, that's a sage issue. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Perfect.
My brain thanks you very much.
For procrastination, can you address decision-making?
Yeah, so decision making, a lot of times that's not necessarily procrastination, although it can feel like procrastination sometimes, but that's the difference between the lower mental body and more of the abstract mind, or energetically the throat versus the ajna. When you're coming from the lower mind, you see things in details and you don't necessarily see how they go together. And the thing with the lower mind is it learns from the past, and so it doesn't want to make a mistake, right? And so with that, if you watch somebody that's very lower mental, and you say, okay, you got to go left or right, and you go, well, if I go left, there's other things over there to the right that I might miss out on, but if I go right, I know that I'm not going to go over to the left and have those experiences, and I can see those things over there. I want to go over there, but what happens if I go to the left, but there was something I wanted to do to the right? They'll just keep grinding on the details, going back and forth. And so the thing that I say with that is usually paralysis through over analysis. Like you're trying so hard not to make the wrong decision that sometimes you don't end up making a decision. Where the ajna, or the abstract mind, has the ability to be a little bit more of a strategic thinker, and it has the potential to adjust and adapt. So if the ajna is in that same situation, goes, okay, well, I'm going to choose left, but if I get over there and I don't like it, I'm going to go over to the right. Where to the throat, it's like it's either all left or all right. And if I don't make a decision, then I'm just suffering through it, right? Because it doesn't see how things go together. Where the ajna will just go, I'm going to go left, I'm going to spend 15 minutes over there, and then I'm going to walk over to the right, and I'm going to spend 15 minutes over there. I'm going to do them both, right? I'm just going to pull it off, right? And so I would say a lot of times the issue is the place where you're processing it. And we all have the potential to have the paralysis through over analysis, but there's a little bit of fear that can sink in when you're trying to make a decision about making the right decision or the wrong decision, where the ajna literally thinks of it as like, there is no wrong decision, because if I make the wrong decision, I'm just going to adjust and change. I'm going to evolve out of it, or I'm going to go do the other thing. Like, that's just bottom line. That's just what's going to happen. And so you can tell somebody who's very ajna driven, because they'll engage something and somebody go, well, like, how did you know what to do? And they go, I don't know. I just started doing it. And then I figured it out, or I learned from it, or I adjusted, or I asked somebody. You just get in there and you start doing the dance. That is very ajna driven. And so, with that, it's not quite an easy answer, but sometimes it's because of accumulated stress that's in the mental body. Sometimes it's just that the person has really developed the throat and the lower mental body, and it hasn't. Not everybody is like abstract thinker, but abstract thinking can be cultivated. So jasmine can be helpful. Jasmine, we talked about how it helps to cultivate confidence. Part of that confidence is the activation of the ajna, right? The ajna, like how to say that about confidence. Like when somebody's purely coming from the point of view of the ajna, they're not worried about making a wrong decision. Like the idea that there's a wrong decision doesn't even dawn on somebody who's purely ajna. Like they just go, I'm going to do this, and if it's not working out, I'm going to do something different. I'm going to shift or change. So you could say there's a certain level of confidence there. Even if it's fake confidence, they still have the confidence of like, I'm going to work it out, right? So jasmine can be helpful. Cinnamon can be helpful, because if you think about times where you're afraid of making a wrong decision, or you're afraid of doing something wrong, or you're afraid of being judged, it's too much introspection, right? You if you really look at it, you're going inward too much, and you're going, okay, what about this? What about that? People are going to judge. People might laugh at me. You know, there's all kinds of versions of this. You know, it depends on the situation, depends on your personality, but you're usually thinking out consequences of potentials rather than what's happening, right? Then you look at somebody who's super extroverted, right? Super extroverted. They don't think twice about what people think. They just, you know, I make this joke. It's not really a joke. I've watched people do this where somebody, like, say we're at an event and there's 25 people in the room and you go, okay, everybody pull out a black pen and we're going to write down our feelings about XYZ, and then we're going to put them in the pile and, you know, do whatever, right? And so the person who's super introverted, who doesn't have the pen, they're like, oh, I forgot to bring a pen. I don't know what to do. I'm embarrassed that I didn't bring a pen. I don't want to ask and bring attention to myself. What do I do about it? Maybe I can quietly borrow something for somebody, where the extroverted person just starts going to person, hey, can I borrow a pen? Can I borrow a pen? Can I borrow a pen? This is my only pen. Can I borrow it? Can I borrow your pen? I need the pen. You know, the extroverted person just goes from person to person asking to borrow a pen until somebody gives them a pen. And even if those two, the introvert and the extrovert, interact, the extrovert goes, can I borrow a pen? And the introvert goes, no, no, leave me alone, and snaps at him. The extrovert walks away and the introvert is like, oh, I shouldn't have said that. Well, you know, I probably hurt his feelings. He's probably going to be upset. People are going to judge me, whatever that might happen. The extrovert isn't thinking twice about it, isn't thinking about, like, why did that person do that? All they're thinking about is the pen. Now, the healthy response is to be able to be both, to be extroverted and introverted, be able to look within your feelings, but then to be able to go out and have a little bit of a thick skin, take some rejection a little bit, put yourself out there, even if it's a little embarrassing, and just take care of business, right? But sometimes making the decision, sometimes we get a little too introverted and not enough extroverted to be able to make the decision. And so sometimes it could be part of the mental body that's activated, could be confidence levels, or just a little bit too much introversion.
I have cinnamon bark CO2, and cinnamon leaf oil. Are any of them?
Any of them will work. Yeah. Cinnamon bark and the cinnamon CO2 are stronger. So just make sure that it's with a lot more water and not on your skin, because they can be very irritating to the skin. Cinnamon leaf is gentler. Still very strong though.
Go ahead, Letty.
Hey, Letty.
Hi, Greg. So I have a question on annoyance. Is annoyance regardless of what situation it is? Like if you get annoyed by a lot of different things?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, I use the example of the academics, just for clarity there. When I was in situations with academics, I annoyed them on a regular basis. So I'm very familiar with that one. And so, you know, annoyance, and even when we had talk therapy, like, you know, they wouldn't necessarily be nice to me in a group, but sometimes on one-on-one, they'd start asking me, like, what about this? What about that? One of the common things that they would complain about is that they get annoyed very easily. You know, it's just when somebody's super mental, it's a potential. It doesn't mean that when somebody's getting annoyed that they're mental, but you know, mental people get annoyed relatively easy, especially lower mental, right? And so, but annoyance can happen for all kinds of reasons. You know, it can be, you know, somebody repeatedly doing something over a period of time, somebody acting out, You know, it could be at work and maybe the workplace isn't set up appropriately, and it makes it very easy to get annoyed there. People aren't doing what you think they should be doing. You know, it's all kinds of versions of it. It would all be the same treatment wise.
Like noises, there's sometimes there's certain noises that bother me. Like we have a custodian at work that I can literally hear her like pop her gum, because my room's connected to the cafeteria, and she's popping in because, like, you know, we're in the school buildings are made out of like stone walls or whatever, you know, so the noise echoes, you know.
Right.
And so she's like popping and popping, and I'm just like, you know, like if I'm on my conference, I have to get up and close my door because I can hear it, you know. And then there's times where I'm like, she'll come and buy gum from me because I actually sell it in my door. And I'm like, okay, well, if I sell it to you, I said, will you not try not to like snap it, or like, you know how some people do that where they like pop it, you know, so much. And I'm just like, and then she just like laughs. She goes, okay. She goes, I'm trying. She goes, I'm gonna try. She goes, I know, because it bothers my husband, like, really. And I said, yeah, I mean, I can hear it all the way into my room, you know. So we just kind of have you know, I mean, I try to, you know, be funny about it, but it kind of really does annoy me. It doesn't let me focus, you know.
It's a nervous habit for that person.
Yeah.
And so even a little bit like there's the like
she has anxiety, I know that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, the thing with that is there's the component that's annoying about the sound, but it's also probably the energy of the anxiety and the nervousness that is actually as like agitating or annoying as the actual sound.
So I'm wondering too, like, am I picking up as well?
I would say, yeah. Like I would say, even if she wasn't popping the gum, you'd probably get annoyed around her about something else. You know, like it's when somebody is really super anxious, and they get around you, it's like it's a weird tension that can be there, and even if you're not sensitive, you'll still pick up on it. And so there you have the sound to focus on, but even if it wasn't that, it would be the interaction, or, you know, just them standing by you or something. And so with that,
is that more like go back to psychological healing? And
you could try the jasmine, but you know what I would probably try with that is the dark blue tansy. Dark blue tansy, or even a few drops of blue healer on your wrist, and let that happen, and then gift her a pack of gum and see what happens.
Okay, yeah, because and then there's also another boy that comes into my classroom, and I give him like a bucket of markers, right? And he can move. I mean, he will like dig into those markers the whole entire class period. And there are some days that I'm like, okay, not today. I'm not having it today. So I take the markers away from him, and I give him, I fill up a container of sprinkles, like for cake. And if you grab those, they're not going to make the loud noise that markers are going to make. So there's some days I'm like, today I'm not having the marker noise. So I will like switch items, because I know that he needs something for stimulation. So then I'm thinking, like, is it the problem with me with noises then?
I would say it's not even the noises. I think it's probably you're picking up on something. Think of it like this. Like about 10% of communication between individuals is verbal. There's a lot of like body movement. There's, you know, body postures, you know, eye movement, things that are said, things that are not said. But part of it is just like the energy of the individual, and your energy is mixing. And sometimes if they're in an agitated place, it can impact you. And so even if you got her to stop chomping the gum, or popping the gum, she would still probably be a little bit agitating to you, because like when I look at her, she looks incredibly anxious. like incredibly anxious. And so, and even if you asked her, are you anxious? She would probably say no. I mean, she might say yes, but she's probably not super aware of how anxious she is. And so I would do something to calm yourself down when you're around her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I accidentally touched my lips with cinnamon.
Yeah.
It's a little spicy.
Yeah. It's going to be that way for about 10 or 15 minutes. You can try drinking water and just try not to focus on it. I get cinnamon in my eyes probably, because I'll be blending, and every couple of months I get some in my eyes. It passes, but it's just not comfortable for about 10 minutes.
Sorry, maybe a silly question.
No silly question.
Looking at inner healing,
Mhm.
you have diminished internal unconscious resistance to healing. What does that mean?
Not everybody wants to get better. Sometimes we're invested in something, and so we have these unconscious things that are tied to like our personality and things, and so we don't always move towards healing. Sometimes sometimes people are for example, sometimes people are attracted to chaos rather than stability. And so you bring in some situation where there's greater levels of stability, and they're like, yeah, I don't know about that. Like, this doesn't feel good to me. What feels good to me is like a certain level or degree of chaos. And it's because it's what feels comfortable, what feels normal. And so you shift a person like that over to something that's more stable, and there's an unconscious resistance because that's all they've ever known. And sometimes it's also tied to not only is it all they've ever known, but they maybe have a circle of friends that also contribute to that chaotic kind of energy. And so shifting out of that is not always super comfortable. It might be something that they want, but at the same time, it's not something that's comfortable. And so whenever we're talking about healing, especially psychological healing, you're not going, well, this is good and this is bad. You're always just moving to be in better alignment with the higher soul. That when you talk about psychological healing, that's what you're moving towards. More appropriate alignment with the higher soul. So judging something as good or bad, it's either in alignment with the soul or it's not. Like, that's really all that we're talking about. And so it's not really about judging something as good or bad. It's just, does this serve connecting to the higher soul to a much greater degree, or does it not? And so you have mechanisms that want to connect to the higher soul, and then you have mechanisms associated with physiology and lower emotions, instinctual responses that are naturally resisting the higher soul. And when we experience them over a period of time long enough, they become part of a story, a process, an identification, like a habit. And so when you go to break them, sometimes can be a little bit of resistance to letting them go. And so this kind of helps to reboot so that you allow greater connection to the higher soul. And if something isn't serving you anymore, no matter that it caused you harm or got you to where you're at, you're just letting it go when you've outgrown it, And so, yeah. The thing that's great about doing the inner healing with the work is you're doing it in your sleep, and you're stimulating the intuitive side of the mind, which is beyond the senses. So you don't even have to judge that this is something good or bad. You are naturally aligning yourself with the higher soul, so that the higher soul comes in and just kind of cleans house. So you don't even have to go like, yeah, I need to get rid of this, I need to get rid of that. Just go, I'm going to align, and whatever the higher soul comes in and cleans up is what the soul cleans up. And so it's more like that. Very good question, by the way.
Anybody else, any questions? We have about 30 minutes left.
Greg, I was wondering if you could go over the blue triangle technique. At the very end, maybe?
Yeah, just because of politics of certain situations, I probably won't, if that's okay. Yeah, just because that's from a different practice, you know. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, we can do it in private then.
Yeah. I get threats through the grapevine on a regular basis.
Go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Greg, I'm looking at the website on some of the blue healer and the blue tansy and things. They all tend to be kind of expensive. Is blue healer body tonic good for putting on the back and addressing?
It's in witch hazel alcohol blend.
Okay.
And so it's the same idea. Usually when I do it, I do like a neat application, but it should work. I don't know that I've put it on my back in that application like that, but it should work the same.
Okay, so theoretically, if I got that 4 ounces and basically spread the whole thing on my back, that should address some of the immune system.
The agitation. Yeah. I would put it like, if you're going to do it like that, put it on your back and your legs.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
You're so welcome.
Craig?
Yes.
This is Deborah. Hi.
Hey.
I really was fascinated by a Q&A where you talked about mushrooms and the effect of that. It was a lengthy conversation. I wondered if there was any similar effects with people and alcohol. I don't, it seems.
I don't remember what we were talking about. What were we talking about?
It was like, well, let me just simplify it then, instead of going back to that. So people that drink, you know, there's various degrees of drinking and alcohol. And I haven't heard you talk about any of the effects of alcohol or how that interplays with any of the oils or the meditation work. And the reason partly that I'm interested in that was this conversation about, it was someone who was treating someone who was doing recreational mushrooms. Do you remember that? It wasn't too long ago.
Oh, psychedelic mushrooms.
That was Chris.
Yes.
Yeah. When you said mushrooms, I was like, well, are we talking reishi? Are we talking cordyceps? Are we talking matatsu? You know, I was thinking more therapeutic things, and those can be used in a therapeutic setting. But I think they were, I can't remember if they were talking about microdosing or they were using treating somebody who was using them for fun on the weekends or something like that. I vaguely remember it.
Yeah, but it was interesting how you talked about what it did to their web system. And I was wondering if there was any sort of effect with not necessarily the web system, but with the whole body and all this spirituality.
Oh, okay. I know I see where you're going. Yeah.
Okay.
So the thing with alcohol, like a little bit of alcohol in moderation is actually quite fine, and actually can be quite cleansing. You know, a glass of wine, a beer, you know, like say a mixed drink or something where you're not really getting super intoxicated, but it's maybe relaxing you a little bit. So usually like one drink is kind of cleansing to the energy bodies to a certain extent. But then when you start drinking to the point of intoxication, couple of things can happen. One is it can like exaggerate or stimulate the production of lower emotions. You know, so like you get the angry drunk, for example. You know, they're fine, they get a couple of drinks in them, and pretty soon they're, you know, I'm going to tell everybody what I think of them, and you know, and on the flip side, I love you, man, like you're awesome, and da 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 da. Even though they're talking about love, it's still a little bit of a lower emotional response. So it can be very stimulating to lower emotions, you know, and that's not always a good thing. And so there's that component. And then the other component is it does cause a bit of brain fatigue. And so, you know, a little bit, alcohol, not so much, but if they're drinking to the point of intoxication, or if they're drinking, you know, a bunch of drinks a night and doing it 5-6 nights a week, it can cause some brain fatigue. Some cognitive processing issues and things like that. Like it doesn't really allow the person to go into the intuitive mind. It throws off the sleep. It becomes harder and harder for somebody to let go of things like while they're sleeping. And then there's the impact on like the liver and things like that. And so, you know, a little bit of alcohol is fine. But moderation, and you know, I go back to the joke that Master Cha used to make about it all the time, and he would say, you know, if you're going to drink, you can have a beer, a glass of wine, you just can't drink like a lawyer on a case-by-case basis. You know, I watched him tell that joke probably 100 times, and every time he cracked up really hard. And so moderation there, just do moderation. You know, if you have a drink, yeah, I don't think there's a big thing with it, but multiple drinks, multiple nights in a week will start to cause the emotional body to get agitated and unregulated. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that was it.
Excessive amounts actually can cause tears in the webs as well. You know, like with the psychedelic mushrooms, it can cause tears and it can cause like thinning in the webs. The alcohol will just cause tears, but it can cause substantial tears.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Like, you know, another way of saying lower emotions is chaos. Like the person will really like chaos. You know, they like chaotic energy. They're always in chaotic circumstances. You know, they always have a couple crazy friends. You know, it's always something. You know, that can go along with the drinking.
Under the genital,
Yep,
infections.
Mhm.
Do you take pine or terebinth internally?
Pine or yeah, I would probably take the terebinth, a couple drops of the terebinth internally, and then I would also put several drops, either neat or in some massage oil, on the belt line and on the upper thigh. You could actually even do the low back as well. Okay, let's see. I think we can still squeeze something in. So let's still squeeze something in.
I forgot. I do remember a question from earlier. Someone asked, is tomato oil a carrier oil?
Yes, it's a carrier oil.
Because someone just asked, can coconut oil be used with oils as a carrier oil?
Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
And then someone just asked, is that why alcoholics lie in your face and knowing you will find it? Like chasing, creating chaos?
Sometimes it's a personality thing, but it can be some of the motivating factors, you know. Sometimes they just believe their lie in the moment, you know, it's yeah. Different personalities will respond different to some of the chemicals like that. Alcohol. You know, I had this one relative, when they drank, they were a nicer person. Like, honestly, like they would just get mellow and quiet and happy, and that was their makeup. But most people get a little bit more ornery, a little bit angry, grind on things a little bit, you know, stuff like that. Yeah. It might even depend sometimes on the type of alcohol that they drink. You know, I remember back when we were doing a lot of addiction work, different alcohols we'd look at. Like if somebody was really into like whiskey, for example, there tends to be a little bit more aggression with that particular kind of alcohol. And you look at the kind of ale that like there's like these ales that come out of like the Austria area that's brewed by like old monks and things. Like they have used these formulas for years, and if you've ever had one of them, they just make you feel mellow and happy. Like you know, those were guys that like to drink, and they came up with a formula that just made them feel kind of happy. And so I don't think all alcohol does that, but I always found that kind of weird that the guys that I knew that drank that were just like these kind of happy, jolly guys. And so still affect some of their cognitive processing and everything, and they tended to be more emotional, not very mental, but you know, it was what it was. So I think sometimes also the kind of alcohol also will play a role. Yeah.
Really quick before you get into that, for the brain fatigue oils, would you take those internally?
Inhale or several drops on the wrist. Yeah. The only one that I would say take internal is the basil. You know, a couple drops internally, but even that you could just inhale it and probably get away with it. Okay, let's go to the top of page 17. And let's just talk about some muscular issues. Let's just squeeze in a little bit of this. So contractures. Contractures are, so we're at number 1 under muscular issues, contractures, the top of page 17. Contractures are something where there's no neurological reason for them to be present. You know, there's not a reason for there to be cramping. So this can be postural misalignments. This can be muscle imbalances. This can also be psychological issues where the body is clamping down a little bit. And so spikenard, valerian, vetiver, spikenard extra works really well for this. And this is literally what unwind was made for, was contractures. Deposits are deposits in the joints. We kind of talked about that and talked about arthritis. And again, Eucalyptus citrodora is a big one here, and then arthrocare. Fascia is your connective tissue. It's what gives your body form. It holds organs in place. It wraps around all the muscles. It's basically what kind of gives you a shape. It's what fluid passes through the nerves. It wraps around the nerves. And so sometimes muscles won't relax because the fascia has contracted around it. And so fascia doesn't get knots like muscles. It does get these like weird tension spots, but they're not called knots. They're called, or cramps, they're called lesions. And it just means that there's a tightness in the soft tissue. And so for this, helichrysum works incredibly well. Pepper works incredibly well. Poplar, everything listed here works incredibly well for that. Terebinth, great fascial release. Wintergreen works incredibly well for that. Again, fascial release blend was made for this. Pepper Supreme does it. Viscosity does it. Everything's pretty solid there. Increasing flexibility, especially when there's an injury or something in the area. Kunzea, especially arthritic conditions. And pepper, just because of the fascial release component. Chakra root cleanser, I mean, it has literally been tested by physical therapists and proven to increase range of motion and flexibility. So if you're recovering from surgery, if you're recovering from an injury, you just have tight muscles in a particular area, it helps to increase the flexibility. Muscular imbalances, a lot of times this can be from fatigue. Sometimes this can be actually from inflammation in the body, but muscles work with each other, they work against each other. And when they work against each other, if something loses tone, it throws the opposite side in a spasm. Like if I had a shoulder that was hanging because of injury over a period of time, this shoulder would go into greater levels of contraction. The more that I relax this, the more that this goes into contraction. So there starts to be a muscle imbalance, right? And so with that, spikenard and valerian work incredibly well there. And then also spikenard extra. Spikenard extra actually was made for muscular imbalances, usually as a result of injury or inflammation. Muscular misalignments, digestive calm on the gut can be helpful. And then hyssop helps to reduce the muscle memory. So even just inhaling will start to do it, but inhaling into the different parts of the body help to undo the muscle memory so you can break out of muscular patterns. Muscular tension, you have several choices here. Nervous tension works, lavender works really super good. Marjoram is good for the tension. I mean, you have lots of choices here. Palo Santo works really good for that tension. Antispasmodic blend, a trigger point blend. You know, I started to put trigger points in here, but it's a little bit more of a complicated situation. I am going to present trigger point information to you guys for the ones that are body workers or therapists or chiropractors, things like that, people who would utilize trigger point therapies. It's coming. Like I have it kind of pulled together for massage therapists training, but I just need to come up with a way to present it that it's real straightforward for the general public. Tension and smooth muscle, again, absinthium. Nutmeg is really good for this as well. Nutmeg also helps to dilate the blood vessels and get blood to areas that have been lacking blood supply over a period of time. And so sometimes it's in certain pain formulas where there's like degeneration or poor blood supply to an area. Just your basic good old fashioned spasms, basil, chamomile, marjoram, petitgrain, pepper. All these are pretty solid. Subluxation just basically means bone out of place in the back or the neck. And if you put marjoram on that, a lot of times it helps unwind the back. And sometimes we'll even allow the back to self-correct. We have a few different chiropractors who have made a spray of marjoram and they spray it down the spine of the patient. You know, under their shirt, they'll spray it down, they'll let it dry, and then they do their adjustments. And they said, even hard to adjust people, you spray that on, all of a sudden become significantly easier. So if you're having back issues, marjoram is super, super helpful. If you put it on and then kind of move around, eventually the back will pop and self-correct. You don't even need to force the pop. It will just kind of do it with movement. So, we'll be adding more information to this area, but I just wanted to kind of hit some basic things. And I think either Robert or somebody was asking about like things that were spasms, things were like this. And I think this kind of was a little bit of going down that road. And I didn't do any inflammatories and things like that for this, but I can't remember who asked that. It was either Robert or Ralph, I think. But any questions with the information here?
I have one, Greg.
Yeah, fire away.
Well, I know that warming muscle tonic is strengthening, but can it be used, like I use it in my practice and people seem to really like it. It seems to.
Yeah, that's actually strengthening. It's a bit antispasmodic, but it's actually more a circulatory tonic. And
Okay.
so, I mean, you could kind of include it in this, but it's more about increasing blood flow to the muscle.
Okay, well, that must be why it makes it easier to work on them.
Still undoes contractures and still, undoes spasms, but does it through different mechanisms. Because even if you look at like medications that are, muscle relaxers, there's some that work by like relaxing the nerve and relaxing the tissue. And there's some that work by making the blood penetrate the area to a much higher degree, so even within the realm of pharmaceuticals, there are these like different approaches, and they all have their applications. That warming muscle tonic is mostly a circulatory tonic, and the reason why I made that like way back in the day, and there's been some variations of that formula, but it was I used to put it in alcohol and use it as a warm-up blend for athletes. Like I would give them a little bottle of it and they would rub it on their legs or their back or whatever they were going to exercise, and it was a way of getting the blood moving so that their legs were or whatever was strong and healthy and ready to go. And so one of the groups that it really took off with was golfers. Golfers would put it on their back and their shoulders, and then they said they could hit the ball a little bit farther. And so because it just opens everything up and just really allows for you to take a stronger swing. And so any version of that works.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the bodywork class.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mary Ann, then Jane.
I'm sorry, did you say Mary Ann?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. Is there any oil that might help a young man who he's probably in his mid-50s and he's fighting a hip replacement? He has had a shot last year that worked very well, but he had another shot and it's not working at all. And
is it bone on bone?
I believe so, but I don't honestly know.
Yeah. So the joint relief applied to the hip is going to help. If it's bone on bone, I mean, it can only help so much because that's always getting a little bit irritated because of the bone on bone friction.
Yeah.
If there's a little bit of cartilage there, it does help increase the blood supply to try to protect the cartilage that's left. So that can be helpful. It does reduce some of the pain and the spasms in the joint to help. The other thing with
What is the oil?
joint relief.
I'm sorry.
Joint relief.
Joint
relief.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. And then the other thing to when people have like a hip issue, the thing that you also want to do is you want to protect about L2, L3, like the lumbar area, like the low back, you know, like opposite the navel, but just a little tiny bit lower. Sometimes the favoring of the bad hip causes an uneven wearing of the cartilage in that part of the spine. And so I would also treat that low back spinal area. And so you could put the pain relief for the nerve pain, the neuropathic, or you could put just peppermint on the low back to help, or even just marjoram on the low back, and try to protect and stabilize the low back.
Okay. Thank you.
Even if you just use the joint relief on the hip and the low back, that would still be solid.
Okay,
You know, so like if you just wanted to use one thing, you could use that for both.
okay. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Go ahead, Jane, then Sonia.
Hey, Jane.
I have a question about the fascia.
Sure.
I broke my femur.
Okay.
And they did the 3 little incisions at the top, in the middle, and the lower.
Yeah.
And they didn't do a very good job sewing me up.
Yeah.
And the scars are just really, really, really bad.
I bet.
And right below the second one, you can feel where the fascia is all knotted up.
Yeah.
Okay, on the helichrysum, can you put the helichrysum directly on, like between the leg?
Yeah. Like wait, like you're talking about where?
Between the middle incision and the lower incision is where
Yeah, totally. Put it on a neat application, like on the incision site, and even if there's a lesion like a little bit below that or in between the two sites, still put it on and rub it in and let it soak in. I would honestly do neat applications the first like week or two, and then after that I'd switch over to like maybe doing it with a little bit of massage oil or lotion, but just to extend the helichrysum. But for the first like week or two, I would do just neat application to the incision sites and anywhere where you feel, because like they call it scar tissue, but it's basically just a fascial lesion. Like it's just a contracture in the fascia, you know.
it's I've had the other one and a knee, and this is the worst. This is brutal.
And so like after you know, like a lot of times a single bottle will cover like a lot of the scarring and the lesions. You might need to go through 2 bottles, but then after that you could switch over to doing some form of pepper and taking it a little bit deeper, or even like marjoram or something like that. And I continue for a little while. I mean, I think the marjoram works really well, but I really like pepper for a deeper fascial release, or you could use the fascial release blend.
Okay, also on the black cumin, how exactly does that work? Does that work with releasing it from the inside?
Yeah, it actually helps to hydrate the fascia from the inside. So it does release the fascial lesions. It's slower than the helichrysum, but it sometimes hits some of those deeper things that you can't reach with the helichrysum, like, you know, closer to the bone, like deep in and around the femur and things like that. And so you can use a black cumin, and one of the other things that actually works is MSM. Like if you get the MSM from the health food store and you take it, and you probably only need to take like a bottle, like it doesn't have to be something forever. That will also help to release some of the fascial lesions.
Okay, thank you very much.
And then this doesn't necessarily release the fascial lesions, but like if it's real bad, that lobelia that we're talking about for relaxing the diaphragm, part of what it does is it doesn't release fascia, but it relaxes fascia, right? And there's like kind of a difference. Like, you know, when it wears off, eventually that lesion will come back. But if there's times where you need kind of like a muscle relaxer effect, lobelia for fascial lesions is the go-to thing.
Okay, could you have Samantha spell that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Thank you.
get it in capsule, not in tincture, not homeopathic, good old fashioned capsules. And if you go on Amazon, you won't be able to find it in a health food store. If you go on Amazon, there's a couple companies that make it.
Okay,
It's very, very old school, but it's still, people still make it.
old school is many times better than the new.
Yeah, I agree.
Thanks.
You're so welcome.
You can go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Is it, or am I
Yeah,
audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm having trouble with, you know, I have TMJ and arthritis in the left joint, and they said they thought it was because they pulled out some, when I was very young, some permanent teeth that were below baby teeth, and they said when you get older, then as you grow, it tends to cause a muscle imbalance. And then I had the
So tell me what, like, because there's different types of TMJ, like, are you bruxing, like, are you grinding, or is it popping? Is there a misalignment? Like, there's just tension, like what's happening?
all three of the all of those.
All of it. Okay. Yeah, so that's pretty chronic TMJ.
Yeah, and there's a, and then besides that, I have the torque atlas that showed up on a CAT scan. Before that, nobody realized it was torque.
Sure.
And then
usually TMJ is body misalignments as well. Like, you know, like a shoulder, hip, you know, things are off. And so, you know, because like, you know, your body goes off, this is the tip of the iceberg. This joint adapts to the misalignments of the body. So, okay, so like this is what I usually kind of have people go through and do is you can apply marjoram to the jaw and also as a gargle. And I would even take a few drops of marjoram and get in and kind of go along the gum line and like kind of swab some of the jaw muscles, like where it hinges in the back. And you don't have to work real hard, but just like kind of rub it on the areas. If you don't want to do that, you could use it with a gargle, but I'd probably do like 5 or 6 drops per mouthful to really get the marjoram in and around. And then I would do deep breathing with like hyssop or larch, something like that. And then I'd put the digestive calm on the abdomen for relaxing the smooth muscle of the gut. But I would also put it up a little bit higher, like on the chest, because it is going to relax some of the smooth muscle of the respiratory tract and will relax a little bit of the esophagus. And so I would start with that. You can always augment with taking a little bit of magnesium, but you know, you can only take in so much magnesium. Like you can only take in like 400 or 500 milligrams before it starts giving you diarrhea. So there's an herb called wood betony, Betany. And again, I'd get it in capsule form, and it's high levels of magnesium and manganese. Like it's got a few other components to it, but it's just like a lot of magnesium. And I would take like 2 or 3 capsules of that daily. Like you could go bigger, and but 2 or 3 capsules should be enough. Like all of that's going to help. It's going to help with the body misalignments. You know, if the jaw is off and not tracking, I mean, it's not going to stop the popping and clicking, but it will like slow down the bruxing and the muscle tension and things like that. And yeah.
Well, also with this, I have a mild left side spastic paralysis. So there, I've got a scoliosis, kyphoscoliosis that goes along. They're saying it's from the torque and the atlas, but so what I take magnesium and zinc and every day. And
Taking the magnesium, but increase it with the wood betony. The
okay,
betony won't give you diarrhea.
I don't get it from the magnesium I'm taking. I tend to have the opposite problem with
Oh,
I
see.
and
That's even more reason to use the digestive calm on the gut. Yeah.
okay, and then
And then maybe let's also have you use a little bit of sage, just like on your wrist and in inhalation, just to maybe offset some of the brain fatigue that might come from, you know, the body misalignments.
well, since those misalignments are muscle alignments, see, I've used bottles and bottles of margarine, what is it, margarine, and then Glory of Lebanon, and then anti-spas, and it, so I the only one I really haven't hit, you were talking about spikenard with the muscle imbalances. You know, I don't know. Oh, I guess I don't exactly know what to do because
I'd start treating
so
the
slow
gut.
to correct.
Like with all the misalignments that you're talking about, you got to reduce the tension in the gut. Yeah, like it's the misalignments just keep adding to tension in the gut. So, and then the tension in the gut starts to magnify the misalignments. So it will support all the things you're doing, but it will help unwind some of the misalignments.
I have a sublux opposite the solar plexus that the more it subluxes, the more the solar plexus and diaphragm goes into spasm. So they've improved that quite a bit. It's getting more lined, but I noticed usually when I twist right and left, it goes into spasm and I can't hold down food. But this time when you did it, I just got extremely nauseous. You know,
okay. Well, that's an improvement, but still, like, use the digestive calm pretty substantially on the gut. Yeah, it should be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, good.
What is in fascial release? Or blend?
Wintergreen, terebinth, helichrysum, and there's one other thing. Oh, I take that back. Whole wood, thyme citral, basil, opopanax, terebinth, wintergreen, hyssop, rue, and camel grass. God, that feels like an old one though. Is that really it? Yeah, that's it.
Can you run through all those again real quick? 'Cause I'm sure somebody else caught them, and not me, but.
Whole wood,
Uh-huh.
thyme citral,
Okay.
basil, opopanax, terebinth, wintergreen, hyssop, rue, and camel grass.
So no. Can you run through skin cancer treatment again?
Skin cancer, you mean precancerous sites or?
I mean, that's what you've talked about.
Yeah, we were talking about like precancerous sites, putting orange oil on a Q-tip and then rubbing it on the site.
Greg mentioned in a past Q&A, we don't always absorb water we drink.
Mhm.
He recommended an oil to help with the absorption.
Shazendra. Yeah, Shazendra.
Great class, guys.
Yeah, boy, it was fun hanging out and just doing Tuesday night on steroids. So we are going to be constantly upgrading this book. Remember, the next free class is going to be Self-Esteem Part 2, Part 3 on July 9th and 10th. And we will do a continuation of this where we add more information, add like treatment protocols, and also like just have segments where it's just antispasmodics and this and that, and anti-inflammatory oils, and things of like that nature. It's basically just a different way to say some of the same things that have been said here, but just a little bit more in general. But we're going to keep adding to this and keep trying to give you guys like an encyclopedia to draw upon to go through and do your thing. So I hope you enjoyed this weekend. I know it was like super free form and without like really a lot of structure, but I really enjoyed it. I think you guys had a lot of great questions, and there's all kinds of things I realized I left out of this little booklet. So, between Letty and myself, we're going to be adding things probably in the next 24 hours. So,
Thank you. Thank you so much.
yeah. So
To
take
all.
care, you guys. Get a good night's
you.
rest, and to all the fathers out there, happy Father's Day. And love you guys, and talk to you soon. Take care.
Thanks, Greg.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Great.
Bye, everyone.
Really helpful. Thank you.
Good, good, good.